I've played in 2 of these technically.
When was the first? Like, was there actually an event for the first war?
No, the first was no, the
yeah,
first was
no.
no, the first was always just background. The second war is the setting of the second edition box set.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that one. I'm just like, was there one
And-
for the first one?
No, it was always just backstory, and it was just backstory.
Oh, that's fair.
And it was written later, so the idea was that it had been covered up by the Inquisition.
Fair.
Oh wow. The first I was expecting a lot more about the first war on the Lexicanum. It's super
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the first war, it's in...
The aftermath is more interesting
Yeah.
than the war.
Yeah, with the space wolves.
Yeah.
It's more flavor text for like the Space Wolves and the Inquisition, that one.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know, but still, for such a big event for 40k, I was expecting more.
Hey,
And also
Tunis.
Grey Knights.
Oh yeah, and Grey Knights. That kind of like cemented the relationship between the Grey Knights and other Astartes chapters.
Yeah. Well, because that was like one of their first times actually being public, if that's like the
Yeah.
best way to put that.
Thank you, Knight.
Yeah, because I think I mean, we can get into this when we actually talk about it, but I think the first what is called the first war for Armageddon, massive air quotes, is like, I can't remember what year is it. I think it's more than 500 years prior to the
444 M41.
Okay, so it's right. So almost all of the events that are depicted in Warhammer 40k up until 8th edition are in the last 500 years of the 41st millennium.
That
That's-
makes a lot of
that's
sense.
just before it. That's like the last thing just before it.
Yeah, because like as far as I'm aware, leading up to the end of 40k's, like that, I like to call it the time of where time stood still in 40k. Leading up to that time, we were stuck on Gazgul leaving Armageddon, Cadia in stalemate. There was a third thing that was going on.
Leviathan.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Leviathan with the Blood Angels and everything. Fuck.
Yep.
What up? I'm drunk. I don't know.
Leviathan and the Tau starting their 4th sphere expansion.
Right, yeah. Was
What's
the
the other
fourth?
one?
Was it the third or fourth sphere expansion that was doomed?
It's the 4th one that is doomed because it's the one that runs into the Great Rift. It's the one that's
Right.
currently going on.
And they're still trying to figure out what the fuck to do about that.
Oh, they have it planned out. They're now consolidating, and apparently they're going to be their timeline is moving up, and they are potentially moving on to the 5th.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And they reveal in Elemental Council what the 5th is. They can't move on to it yet because they're being bogged down by the 4th.
The fourth was God, it is. I remember reading in the 8th edition Chaos Codex that the Tau ran into basically the Word Bearers, and it was like a trippy fight for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's boss's day. Yeah, well, it's regular stream day. Tomorrow is the oh boy, can't wait to humiliate myself.
Yeah. So the 3rd sphere is mostly Chalnath. Because the idea was they were going to take a bunch of Imperial Forge Worlds, essentially.
Oh.
And like gain like a massive like manufacturing and like resource base. And they get and there's a whole bunch of stuff they get bogged down with that, obviously, and the Great Rift is like is like a problem, obviously.
Howdy, announcer. How you holding up? I'm doing all right.
And then you find out in Elemental Council that the 5th sphere, is Ultramar.
Oh.
Some bitch is gonna die tonight.
Well, while Gilliman and Calgar aren't there.
Do they want revenge for the Damocles Crusade?
No, it's an incredibly populous, relatively peaceful area of the Imperium, and the Watercast has identified it as somewhere that their belief system will be able to take over planets quite easily.
Yeah,
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, this is the one thing that like a lot of people don't know about 40K. A lot of people in the Imperium don't want to be in the Imperium. They don't.
Oh yeah.
They join the Imperium and it's just like, yay, we're finally free of like our alien overlords. Hold on a second. More like under new management.
Yeah.
And it turns out the aliens treated them nicer than the fucking other humans did.
But let's be honest though. Would you rather be under the Tau Empire or the Imperium of Man?
Genuinely, if you had a gun to my head, I would join the Tau.
Yeah. Exactly.
Gun to my head.
It's still not great.
It's still gonna suck.
It's still not great, and Elmo makes a really good point about the ways in which it's not great. Like one of the really interesting things is a plot point in that book, which is one of the main characters is a Watercast spy who is sent into planets ahead of time to basically ferment rebellion.
Also, the wife just came in here and said that Studio Ghibli has officially sent cease and desists to all those people using those the data stacks to steal Ghibli art.
Good.
Oh, good.
Good.
So he's a Watercast spy that gets sent into planets ahead of time to identify revolutionary groups, foster them, and use them to ferment rebellion prior to the Tau Coalition forces arriving.
Ooh.
To create the conditions that the Tau will be able to do that. And he like goes into like, detail about it. Like, he talks about like sleeping in the mud, like fermenting populist uprisings and stuff like that. Like he's a really cool, really cool, fun character. This like Tau spy and like what he thinks of like his place in like the greater good and all this kind of thing.
All right.
But what he also says is, yeah, when the Tau Coalition forces arrived, the next part of my job was we went around and we rounded up the leaders of all of those organizations and shipped them off to labor camps. Because all of those people had demonstrated that they would rise up against the authority of their government.
Christ.
He's like, oh.
That's not completely fucked.
But he's right.
He is right.
That's the thing.
We've identified the people most likely to overthrow a government. Great. Now go overthrow that government, and don't ask about what happens afterwards.
Hey,
yeah, they all get shipped. They all get shipped off to basically re-education camps to get.
Knight. We technically you are wrong, but it's okay. I understand where the confusion is. Currently in 40K, we are still in the early M42. We're not even in the hundreds yet.
Are we like at the end of it, according to the New Actman book? Because that takes us like the 900th year of the M42.
Does it say 900th year of M42?
I think so, but I think this is like where it's like
right here. I can grab it.
Dates are confusing. There's a timeline in it, and it's like the most recent thing.
That would mean Dante is 2,000 years old.
Fucking Christ! Right,
They just won't let him fucking die.
Right, I do not know how to read imperial dates. DVLR, thank you for the subscribe.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help because Gilliam has changed. I was gonna say it doesn't help because Gilliam has changed it, and the new one doesn't work.
Okay, so is it the last number that's the date, like the year?
No, it's the first three, I believe.
997.110.765.
Yeah.
So it's year 900. Yeah, this is year 997.
I believe it's year 99, month 7. Like is like the way it works. Like
so confusing. This is more confusing than fucking Star Trek's dating system.
Or like percentage of year 7 or something like that. It's like, yeah.
Christ, I hate this dating system.
But it's like it's everything prior to Cadia falling is like minus whatever.
All right. So like, essentially they tried to pull a Battle of Yavin.
Yeah.
But Gulliman had to make it stupid fucking complicated.
Yeah, it also doesn't work. It also doesn't work because the original dating system, the first number you're supposed to ignore because that's how many astropaths away from Terra you are, i.e. how accurate it's likely to be.
Yeah. So last time I checked, right now, like now I just checked it. Apparently we're in year 99 of M42.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're getting close to that number. But the Plague War, and Pariah Nexus, and Ark of Omens takes place around like the beginning and mid of M42's like first years.
Yeah.
Because Gulliman
after retcons.
After retcons, because originally Plague War said it was 1,000 years.
Yep.
Yeah, which wouldn't make sense given the characters that show up in Plague Wars.
Yeah. All right,
and then people were like, "Oh, maybe it's like 200 years," and it's like, "No, it's like 20 years." And I was like, "That makes even less sense."
So I plan on doing like a shorter video for this, but I also want to talk about it today because I thought it'd be fun. So expect a new video series on that. Hi, Owl. You can come join us if you want. But
Hello.
So we're gonna be talking about Armageddon. Because I think people have forgotten about Armageddon because Vrax has taken up the brains of everyone and has rotted their brains genuinely. Oh, thank you for the sub, Owl. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I have all the Lexicanum pages for all the different wars, so
Same.
I can fact check everything.
Same.
I was saying this prior to coming on stream. I thought I still had my Armageddon 3rd edition source book, and I do not still have that. I'm very sad.
Working on chores at the moment. We'll hang after. Nice.
That is one of the few 40k source books that has a white-skinned salamander.
Ooh.
Because it's before they had the jet black skin thing.
Yeah.
Before that was made canon.
Yeah.
I am alright, so for those that don't know, recently GW announced that we're going back to Armageddon. We're having our 4th war on Armageddon. So like, what would we call this one? Because like the second one's called Electric Boogaloo. Then
we're getting the band back together.
We're getting the band back together, I guess. So for those that don't know, back in what was it, 2000, the War for Armageddon was officially released as a book. But strangely, this was the second War for Armageddon. And no one really knew, like, what the first one was until, like, years later when they revealed in the Space Wolves book and the Grey Knights book that the first war was Khorne invasion, Angron showed up. Holy shit, big brain time. But the second war for Armageddon was basically the first siege of Vrax, if you want to put it lightly.
Yeah, I want to just confirm on dates here. So the second war for Armageddon was the background to 2nd edition, so it was 1994.
Yeah.
Because that's Gazgul's first attack on Armageddon. It was also released as a board game where you could play like a grand strategy, kind of moving, like Risk style grand strategy game.
And later a video game based off that same game.
I played that video game.
Yep. It was really fun.
And then, as you said, in 2000, they released the Armageddon sourcebook, Codex Armageddon, which was the 3rd War for Armageddon, where Gazgul came back.
Yep. So, we're going to talk about the history and any fun facts that our two veterans here. Because, like, I am a veteran of 40k, but I'm a veteran of 40k from 5th edition. T-Com and Will are from the editions way before me. So like they were on the ground, they've been in these events, they've been in these scenarios. So like they'll be able to fill in the gaps of my knowledge where I lack it.
Mm-hmm.
But so first off, Armageddon is not Armageddon. This was a recent retcon, and I think it is both stupid and hilarious. So, for those that don't know, back during the time of the Great Crusade, the day where the Emperor declared Horus War Master of the Imperium of the Great Crusade, they did this on a planet called Olenor. Olenor was the center of the Orc Empire of the Olenor system. It was the biggest Orc Empire that the Imperium managed to shatter by themselves. It took
a lot.
It took the entirety of the Luna Wolves, the White Scars, the Ultramarines were there too.
It's all the Primarchs. It's all the legions on that Art of the Primarchs on a balcony.
Yeah, Emperor's Children, Word Bearers, World Eaters, Death Guard. Yeah, Thousand Sons. Death Guard, Blood Angels, White Scars.
I'm trying to find that artwork now.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool picture. But, so, yeah.
And the majority of the custodians at the time were deployed as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's how big of a threat.
Because the Emperor was there.
If the Emperor goes anywhere, there's his 300 companions, but he brought everyone else too. Mm-hmm. Which tells you how big of a threat this was.
So,
yeah, it was Mortarion, Magnus, Angron, Jagatai Khan, Perturabo, Dorn, Horus, and Fulgrim were the ones that were involved.
Yeah, I just brought the image up on stream. So, and some basically, the main Imperial force of the Great Crusade all went to this system to break it. And they succeeded. And to put it bluntly, they basically turned a continent into a landing field. Mm-hmm. And to celebrate the success, the greatest success of the Great Crusade. Olenor is that planet where this was like the crown-jeweling achievement of the Imperium. And then years later, it
broke the back of the largest orc empire in the galaxy. It was the thing that made the triumph of the Great Crusade essentially inevitable.
Yeah.
Ghost, to answer your question, it's not the levels of Rangdan, because Rangdan was wiped.
Yeah.
Wiped from all Imperial records. The only people who know are the custodians, and they aren't telling anybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, the Emperor nearly got choked out by an orc.
Oh yeah, in the Battle of Olenor, the Emperor nearly was made an orc's bitch.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Olenor would not appear back in the canon until both War for the Beast and the beginning of the end of the Horus Heresy, where Horus gathered all the traitor legions on Olenor to launch their attack on Terra. Now, after that, Olenor just kind of goes away from Imperial record for 1,000 years. Because, who the fuck gives a shit? It's a backwater system, no one cares. The Imperium's too busy trying to rebuild. Fun fact, when you have a civil war, what are you not paying attention to?
Everything else?
Yep. So, it is heavily theorized, but not exactly confirmed, that Olenor is the orc homeworld. Like, it was the world where the orcs actually started out. It's not confirmed. It's never going to be confirmed, but it's heavily theorized. Olenor would, again, be the center of the next great event within Warhammer. War of the Beast! You know! The war where orcs just have Death Stars because fuck you. And an orc named Orchimedes speaks fluent High Gothic.
You mean
Orc
the start
diplomat.
I was gonna say, you mean the start of the Nachman Gauntlet campaign? Because GW just can't stop reusing the same words.
Yes.
And also, let's not forget, the Ecclesiarchy hacking people into ships and then just hurtling them at orc ships.
Correct. So, the war of the Beast was essentially orcs. Orcs are taking over the galaxy. No one can stop them. It's an endless green tide. And Olenor turned out to be the center of this bullshit yet again. And it took a miracle to win. It took, like, essentially, the best way to describe this, from how I read it, is that they took a bunch of Sisters of Silence, an Orc Weird Boy, and essentially had a feedback loop that killed everybody.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
It's stupid,
Also, Vulcan
and I
was
hate
there.
it. Yeah, this is where, like, Vulcan went missing, by the way. It's the same conflict where Vulcan went missing.
He was already missing. He just shows back up again.
Yeah.
Before throwing himself into a generator and going missing again.
Yeah, it's really weird. I do not recommend reading War of the Beast. I really don't.
From an out-of-world perspective, it was Games Workshop trying to start another Horus Heresy series.
It was trying to capture lightning in a bottle twice.
Yeah.
Not realizing that everybody was burnt the fuck out.
And it was
also they hadn't finished Heresy.
It was also pretty cringe at times, too.
Yeah, a lot of the characters acted really fucking stupid.
My war name is Slaughter.
God, can you be more written by a 13-year-old?
But it also has that problem of, like, I don't want to be mean, but it's written by a lot of GW house writers as opposed to contracted authors.
That explains like, a lot.
Well, no, like a lot of them have done very good books and are actually good writers. It's just that they are used to writing Games Workshop tie-in fiction.
No, like
as opposed to.
I'm not saying like that explains a lot in a bad way. I'm saying this in like a way it's like, oh, that explains like a lot of the that explains why it feels really rambly in a lot of places. Where it feels like they're just kind of telling you everything, like just kind of like whiteboard. Here's a whiteboard, and just like kind of explaining everything to you like they're teaching you it instead of just like, can you just let me engage with the story fluently and thematically, please?
It was also because they wanted to bring in Death Watch as a major playable faction, and they wanted to give an origin story for them.
Essentially,
don't worry, Ghost. We'll be getting to that soon.
Yep. And so, by the end of the war, the Mechanicus, who, by the way, is written very much like an antagonist in War of the Beast. It's really weird. Essentially, they wanted to study Orc teleportapad technology. And so, in order to stop the Imperium from, blowing up Olenor, they teleported the planet. Yes, I'm serious. They teleported a whole planet. And that is where, my friends, we get Armageddon. You see, they teleported it to the Armageddon system and just renamed Olenor Prime to Armageddon.
And started building factories.
There's your origin story.
And it's actually like it's an interesting twist at the end of the War of the Beast. If the War of the Beast had been more interesting, there's a couple of interesting things that come out of the War of the Beast. It's one of them, in my opinion.
Yes, this is actually like that was one of the twists where I'm like, no fucking way. That's Olenor? Armageddon's always been Olenor? Like that.
That's why the orcs are drawn to it. Like that's like the. That's why there's like chaos stuff to do with it because of all this. Like it's like, okay, I can It's very much the Imperium making its own problems.
Yeah.
Also, given what happens during the Second War with a group we'll mention later, it makes sense.
Yeah. So Armageddon is made into an industrial powerhouse for the Imperium. So powerful and so strategically vital, not only does it pump out tons of resources and material, and with guard regiments too. The Steel Legion of Armageddon is a famous regiment. It is directly on a path to Terra. It's on a safe warp travel lane to Terra. So, inevitably, shit's gonna go wrong. And the first war for Armageddon starts in the early years of M41, where a warp storm comes and fucks with Armageddon. Now, warp storms in 40k are essentially, they're not fun. It's essentially a cloud of warp fuckery that covers your planet for either a couple of hours or a couple of decades.
Or millennia if you're really unlucky.
Man, Center of the Galaxy must be a fucking shit show right now. So, this warp storm happens, and as it does, increased chaos cult activity, increased mutation, demonic incursions, so on and so forth. But
no big deal. Imperium knows how to deal with this kind of stuff.
But then those chaos cults start going out into the wasteland and start building a Black Spire. And that Black Spire brings forth the Blood Legions of Khorne and the World Eaters, led by Primarch Angron, the Red Angel. And oh boy, was Armageddon in for some shit. Not only were the Steel Legions dealing with constant rebellions on the inside, they were dealing with chaos cults within their hives. They were dealing with giant demonic Angron, which, yes, everybody, we know the joke, so I only have to throw 100 bodies at him to keep him busy for one game. Everyone seems to forget that there's a bunch of other crazies around Angron that swallow the bodies for him. Now,
in 40k fluff, he can join units.
Yep.
Also, it's important to say, like, the Armageddon Steel Legion, we're going to talk about them a lot. They are a primarily mechanized infantry guard regiment.
This is where, like, the Armageddon Steel Legion for a while was my favorite guard regiment. And then I learned what they're based off of, and I'm like...
So, out of world context, in the mid-90s, Games Workshop decided they were going to release a bunch of different regiments for the Imperial Guard, because the idea was that you had, like, every Imperial Guard squad in your army was just, like, it didn't have different rules, it was just Imperial Guard platoon, essentially. And the whole idea was, because the Guard was meant to be, like, this, like, hodgepodge of, like, different units, and there was a bit of, like, there was an idea in second edition that, like one orc miniature in the second edition game was supposed to be like 10 orcs in, like, the fluff, essentially. Space Marines are 1-to-1, but, like, orcs and guard are like 10-to-1, if that makes sense.
So, like, if you brought a platoon of guardsmen, it was supposed to be like a regiment of guardsmen.
Or it's like a regiment of guards. Or a company.
It would be a company. Yep.
So, like, the idea of how an Imperial Guard army was supposed to work is you'd have, like, one platoon of Cadians, and one platoon of Catachan, and one platoon of Valhallans, and one platoon of Praetorians, and one platoon of... And it's, like, a company of them, and a company of them, and a company... Like, that's the idea, right?
Yeah.
It's this like, mishmash, because they'd be drawn from all over the Imperium. It's actually represented in... the first Gaunt's Ghost book, because that was written just prior to 3rd edition coming out. He describes looking across the battle line of the war they're on with the Tanith, and he sees, like, the 122nd Cadian going over the top, supported by the, like, and it's supported by this regiment, and it's all different worlds and stuff, and it's this kind of cool idea of, like, that's how the army shots of the 2nd edition Guard were meant to be.
Yeah.
But but these were all designed by the Perry twins, and the Perry twins are massive historical nerds.
Yeah.
So, chat, historically, Katachan is based off of both the Australians and the Americans that fought in the Vietnam War.
But more specifically, movies about the Vietnam War.
Like they were based off of Rambo. Valhalla Ice Warriors were based off the Red Army from World War II.
The Talarn, which is based Lawrence of Arabia type stuff.
They're the Mujahideen.
No, Mujahideen is specifically Afghanistan. That's different.
They're the Lawrence of Arabia.
The point I'm trying to get to here is that someone, namely the two brothers that Will brought up, they based the Armageddon Steel Legion off of World War II, Blitzkrieg, Germany.
The Wehrmacht.
The Wehrmacht.
Specifically, World War II, Africa Corps, German Army. Wehrmacht.
Remember, chat, the best way to win World of Tanks before they neutered all chat was to say Rommel was a Nazi, and then as the enemy team was typing to argue with you, you went in and killed them all.
Yeah. All the Verabus getting mad.
Yeah. And like, there's a lot that differentiates them from from that as well. Like they also wear gas masks because Armageddon is a hellish dust bowl of a planet with hive cities on it.
It's a hive world.
Yeah, so it also has jungles as well. It's not just like
jungles, Arctics. It's supposed to be like, hey, this is Earth if it was hell, basically.
Yeah. And so they wear gas masks, but the gas masks they wear are British gas masks from the Second World War.
Yeah. And it would be okay if they didn't have that stupid fucking lightning bolt symbol on their shoulders.
It's supposed to be a cog.
It's supposed to be a fucking cog.
Doesn't look like one.
It's not. It's done as a circle because it's a cheeky reference to the BUF. But like the Imperium aren't meant to be the good guys.
They're not meant to be the good guys. But once I learned that they were those kinds, I walked away from the Steel Legion without second hesitation.
The Steel Legion are what the Death Corps of Krieg were before they were the Death Corps of Krieg, because the Death Corps of Krieg are an alternate paint scheme for the Steel Legion.
Yep. So anyway, First War for Armageddon is a shit show. And eventually, the Space Wolves, led by your boy, Logan Grimnar, and his first company arrive to assist the defenders of Armageddon. And essentially, the major battle, the ultimate battle that takes place, is in a river. Where Logan Grimnar and his forces essentially plant themselves in a river that's chest high for regular soldiers, but is up to, like, their waist for a Space Marine. And the hordes of maddened Khorne cultists flood into the river, either getting cut down by Logan Grimnar's forces or drowning in the river. And of course, you know how Khorne works. More blood means more soldiers, more demons, more demonic activity. And Logan Grimnar and his first company are exceptional warriors. They are terrifying, but even they get worn down.
The Lexicanum pays special mention that they were outnumbered 1,000 to 1, which even for Space Marines is a lot.
Remember, this is first company.
This is Logan Grimnar's great company.
Yep.
This is a chapter level force.
Yeah, so like this is like 1,000 veterans basically.
Yeah.
And they're getting swamped left and right. And eventually, the Imperial Inquisition arrives, along with a task force of 200 Grey Knight Terminators.
Nope. 109.
109? Thank you.
Yep.
I couldn't
Which
remember.
I don't know why they had to do it 109. Like, that's just such a weird number.
Zinch, because fuck you, it's funny.
including one who was a lad that just got picked up by an Inquisitor a couple of years back.
They deployed 100 Terminator assault marines, which most chapters would kill to have.
Yep. So the Grey Knights, all 109 of them, deploy onto the ground, and essentially all of them both assist Logan Grimnar's forces in like pushing back the tides of demonic filth, but also push towards Angron, because Angron is the epicenter of this bullshit.
Yep.
And I do not remember how many die trying to kill him, but I remember the guy who does end up banishing him. The guy who ends up banishing him is a Grey Knight by the name of Hyperion. Hyperion is the one to break the Black Blade of Angron, which is why he has that other sword, which was made out of a Slanesh demon that he beat the shit out of. And Hyperion and the surviving Grey Knights would end up banishing Angron back to the warp. Now, Armageddon's problems seemed to be over. The Chaos Cults would be hunted down and eventually annihilated, if at all. And so the Space Wolves would celebrate until the Inquisition came down, said that everybody on the planet is now under inquisitorial jurisdiction, and that all of them are to be essentially, killed. And then the planet's going to be repopulated with new colonists.
And they also suppress this event so hard that basically everybody in the Imperium only thinks there's 2 wars for Armageddon.
Yep.
Yeah.
This also
no one knows about this war.
This also
except like the Space Wolves.
This also leads to the months of shame for the Space Wolves, but that's not important to Armageddon. That's more of like a Space Wolves, Inquisition, and Grey Knights thing. Basically, the first war for Armageddon was to set the stage for why the Space Wolves were so anti-establishment Imperium.
Yeah.
And
yeah, sorry.
And basically to just set the stage for like how the Grey Knights act around both the Inquisition and other Space Marine chapters.
And the Imperium at large.
It was also largely an invention of the first Grey Knight Codex, which was giving an in-universe explanation for why this previously very secretive organization that you could only really deploy in like small strike forces that you would take in like other Imperial armies was now going to be like a full playable army. The idea was that since the first war for Armageddon, they now deployed similarly to a Space Marine chapter.
Yeah, fun fact, that's why you could field Grey Knights in Dark Crusade. It was basically that. But so after that shindig, after that horrible fucking event, Armageddon was eventually repopulated and was back to work, doing what it does best. Fucking over its citizens, making the planet barely breathable, which, by the way, by Imperial standards, that's like, oh, you're coughing up rust? That's great. That means you're still alive. Get back to work.
Hey, it's not that much blood coming out of you. Okay?
I said rust. I said rust.
So, because Zinch is annoying, to explain the next part of this, to actually give it its full context, we have to go much further back in time than Armageddon existing as a thing in 40k. Because in, I want to say, late Rogue Trader, Rick Priestley, the creator of Warhammer 40,000.
Yep.
And I want to say Jervis Johnson, but I don't, it might not have been. They were producing a thing for White Dwarf magazine, which they were the only ones fighting them at the time and writing about them. And it was this new concept for White Dwarf. They were battle reports.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that there was a point in time where battle reports were a new thing, but in the late 80s they were, because there was a very limited page count in White Dwarf magazine.
And you know how 40K
but-
games can go.
Yeah. So, one of it's not the first one, but one of the very early, very famous ones is a battle report between, I'm going to just say Jarvis Johnson, it might have been someone else, I could be wrong about that, between Rick Priestley's Orc army
Right.
and Jarvis Johnson's Blood Angels. And it was their actual armies, it was their actual models. And the reason this is important is it was the name that Rick Priestley gave his orc war boss that he was using was Gazgul Mar Uruk Thraka, which was a name from an orc character he had used previously in a D&D campaign that he then used, and Jarvis Johnson's Space Marine Blood Angels captain was painted gold and died during this.
Man.
But was killed during the game.
Man, I wonder what his fucking name was.
He didn't have a name at the time,
Yep.
but that model would then serve as the basis for Captain Tycho.
You know, that fucking 40K model that barely anyone used.
Yeah. But, well, the Dante before Dante existed.
Yeah, Dante before Dante existed.
And somehow keeps fucking popping up everywhere in 40K.
Even though he's confirmed fucking dead.
Well, that's the thing. So then, this battle report would then be expanded upon, and the lore of it would be expanded upon into this was a battle that took place during the Second War for Armageddon.
So let's cover that now. So
Sorry.
the Second War for Armageddon does not start on Armageddon. It starts on a far-off fucking planet where our boy, the titular Gazgul, before he was big armor boy that we know, he was a regular orc boy who was one day told by his orc war boss, "Hey, there's a box place over there and I want it. Go get it." So he and his fellow boys charged an Imperial facility, and he took a shot to the head from a tarantula sentry gun, and somehow survived. So now that this brain dead orc was essentially, breathing meat, the other orc boys that survived basically grabbed Gazzy and dragged him back to camp and tossed him to Orc Mad Doc Snickrot. Oh boy. And somehow, miraculously, Gazgul survived. We don't know what Snickrot did. That's not Snickrot. It's Grotsnick. My god. Grotsnick.
I mean, it's not like
either way.
Orc names are like that.
Yeah. So Grotsnick does something to Gazgul, and Gazgul has dreams, premonitions from Gork and Mork themselves, telling him, "Hey, stupid, you're the prophet of Dawa now. Go make Wa." And Orc see God, Orc go, "Yes, sir." And Gazgul slowly rises to power, unbeknownst to Gazgul, who is now taking over this planet and is now becoming the biggest orc war boss on that side of the galaxy. The Eldar are helping him. They are eliminating his enemies. They are eliminating those who pose a threat to him, because they believe that by having Gazgul become the war boss of this planet, that it will stop another orc war boss from coming and invading their craft world. So you can blame the Eldar for this one.
I put a picture of what Gazgul looked like in chat if you want to show people.
And technically the second one.
If you want to inflict that on them.
And technically the third one as well, because, Gazgul returns, so you can play both wars on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here you go. This is what Gazgul used to look like, everybody. And yeah, there's Makari. Don't you love old Warhammer? This is back in the red days.
Oh yeah.
The silly days.
The silly days. So anyway, Gazgul eventually becomes Orc war boss of this planet. He gets his whole war ready to go, and they see a giant space Hulk up in orbit. And you know orcs, when they see a giant ship, they gotta go get it. So Gazgul and his forces board this fucking space Hulk, essentially depopulate it of its current infestation of demons or whatever fuck else is in there, and essentially slap giant engines on it and point in a direction and go. This leads us back to Armageddon, which is currently in a quote-unquote prosperous era, and there are two notable figures on the planet. The first is the planetary governor. I am forgetting his name.
Von Straub, I think?
Yeah, Von Straub. Thank you. Von Straub and Commissar Yarrick. Yep. There you go, chat. We're finally talking about the most boring man in the galaxy, as stated by Inquisitor Amberly Vale.
Also, it's important saying, yes, the governor of Armageddon is named after the family from The Sound of Music. Warhammer is a very serious game.
So anyway, Yarrick sees an increase in orc activity within the Armageddon system. Coincidentally, when this Space Hulk also shows up. But Von Straub and his nobles don't give a shit. It's orcs. They'll be dealt with by the local PDFs. Who cares? The Mechanicus is already bidding at the chance to get aboard this Space Hulk. And I have the jurisdiction to give it out to the highest bidder. So I'm going to do that. Mm-hmm. You know, because greed. Eventually, though, everyone realizes to their horror that this Space Hulk is burning all speed for Armageddon. It is on all cylinders. They painted this shit red, and it's a missile now. It's not a ship. And so Gazgul and his orcs, much to the horror of Von Straub and Yarrick, crash into the wastelands of Armageddon, and whatever orcs survived just kind of get out and start fighting anything they see. Because, you know, fun times ahead. And Von Straub is completely ignoring the situation. He is pulling a Trump COVID, where he does not acknowledge the problem whatsoever, even though it's a massive problem. Well, Yarrick basically...
Well, no, he does order one command, but that's to have everyone assume defensive positions and nothing else.
Yeah. No support, by the way. No support either. So, as well, he also exiles Yarrick from Armageddon Prime, like the hive city of Armageddon. And this is where Yarrick is sent to Hell's Reach, essentially a backwater hive. And there, since no one gave a shit, Yarrick took command. And throughout the second war for Armageddon, Yarrick essentially made Hell's Reach the center stage.
It's Hades Hive, not Hell's Reach.
Oh, Hades Hive? Sorry, my bad.
Yep. Hell's Reach is his third war.
Sorry, my bad. Hades Hive. My beat. So, Hades Hive becomes the center of the war. Von Straub's forces in the capital are not keeping Gazgul's interest because it's like, yawn, I keep winning, these guys aren't fun. If there was only a Hume that could give me a right challenge. Entering Hades Hive, Commissar Yarrick is on the front line, fighting one of Gazgul's lieutenants, a war boss. And this is where Yarrick went from hero to legend. Not just among the Imperial defenders of Hades Hive, but also to the orcs. For an orc war boss managed to scissor off Yarrick's right arm. And as Yarrick collapsed on his knees in pain, the Orc war boss was screaming and bellowing in victory because, yay, I just defeated the Yumi commander. And then that Orc war boss lost his head because Yarick was not done. And so Yarick, holding up the Orc war boss's power claw, essentially to show the Orcs your leader is dead, the Orcs fled, and the rest is history from that point on.
Yep. Well, the Orcs fall back, and then the other thing Yarick did is he called for help, and a strike force from the Blood Angels, the Ultramarines, and the Salamanders arrive.
Yep. Oh, thank you, Aramis.
Like,
Which
Marnius Calgar and Dante both fight on Armageddon during the Second War.
Which also, when Von Straub learns that Yarick requested them, he is pissed. He's like, "Oh, we don't need their help. We've got this."
Note: when the Space Marines got there, they were pissed. They were very angry. And by the way, it wasn't just Dante and Marnius Calgar. It was also the chapter master Sushan of the Salamanders as well. He was there.
Yeah.
Shit got wild.
Yeah.
Von Straub's arrested.
He's.
Or am I getting too ahead of myself?
He doesn't get arrested in the canon. He flees. Like he goes into hiding.
Oh no, that's what I'm forgetting. Yorick orders it, but before they could arrest him, he flees. That's it.
Oh, sorry. Also, one of the hives is run by the Mechanicum, and they have a Titan Legion. Because this was also an epic setting for the epic miniatures game. The only reason I remember this is because that Titan Legion is called the Legion Metallica. Because 40k is a very serious game.
So
it was also because they brought out like plastic like Gargant models, like for Epic at the time, that you could play.
Yeah.
So the Second War for Armageddon ends in Imperial victory. Von Straub is on the run because he is declared essentially a traitor in all but name.
Excommunicated traitors.
Because he's such an incompetent fuck that the Imperium... Remarkably, the Imperium has common sense to remove people like that from power. That's the most unrealistic thing about 40k, in my opinion.
Well, they only remove them from power after they've already fucked up and other people have had to bail them out.
That's fair.
But... little foreshadowing, Gazgul's body is never found.
Yeah, no one confirms the kill on Gazgul, and Yarick, even to the bewilderment of the Space Marines, says that Gazgul is still alive. And they're like, nah, he can't be. Not possible.
Well, specifically, it's because Dante tasks Captain Tycho of the Blood Angels' Third Company with hunting down Gazgul on the planet to locate the head of the enemy and cut it off. The reason he gives Tycho this job is because basically Dante is grooming Tycho to be the new chapter master of the Blood Angels, so that he can retire. Like he can, like
finally I can die.
He can finally die, basically, because he can't just give up his position unless there's someone of equal ability to replace him.
Which no one has proven to be true.
So what happens is he eventually tracks down Gazgul. This is how the battle report was eventually reconstituted into canon. He tracks down Gazgul. They fight, and from Gazgul's perspective, he kills Tycho. From Tycho's perspective, he succumbs to the Black Rage.
Which, Gazgul, you're not wrong. You did kill him in a way.
Kind of, yeah. But he then kind of recovers. And when he goes back, what he reports is, I just because he then fights another orc war boss and that he sees as Horus and kills it.
Yep.
And he's like, I killed the orc war boss I was sent after. But they're not sure because they can't be sure if it was Gazgul or not.
Well, he knows he shot him in the head, but he doesn't know if it killed him.
Yep.
He knows something happened. He just doesn't know how. He just doesn't know the outcome.
Yeah.
So, after that whole debacle, Yark is convinced that Gazgul is still alive, and essentially takes a military force and his own personal Baneblade out on a morning hike. A morning hike being, we're hunting down an orc, boys. And eventually they do track Gazgul down. But the operation goes horribly. So horribly, in fact, that Gazgul ends up saving Yark from getting run over by his own goddamn tank. That's how fucked this is. That your own mortal enemy saves you from getting run over by your own tank.
And then orders his boys not to kill him.
Yep.
Good fight.
Good fight.
He's a good fighter. Good fighter.
So, this inevitably leads to the Third War of Armageddon, which starts with Gazgul throwing Yark down a hole. With no power claw. Because that power claw that Yark took, he had surgically grafted to his arm. And Yark, with one hand, pulled himself out of that hole. And then Gazgul kicked him back down into it because it was funny. And then Yark climbed out of the hole, started a rebellion on Gazgul's ship, and that rebellion did fail. Because it's a bunch of starving human peasants versus a bunch of orcs. How'd you think it was going to go? But Yark is dragged before Gazgul, and Gazgul is not mad. He is genuinely very happy. Because the Yumi still got fight in him. Oh, good times ahead. So Gazgul leads Yark to a hangar, gives him back all his shit, points out a Imperial freighter, or a ship of some kind. I don't remember what it was specifically, but it was a ship of some kind. And basically says, go back home and be ready. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's round fucking 3, chat. And so, Yark goes back to Armageddon. Everyone thought he was fucking dead, but nope, the hero of Hades' Hive is still alive, and the planetary government of Armageddon basically says, like, yep, nope, he's the veteran here, he knows Gazgul the best, so, you're in command of the defenses, Commissar Yark.
Oh, and Von Straub is somehow still alive?
Yes.
He gets hunted down in the novel Last Chancers. By Gaff Thorpe.
Yep.
Which is basically the Dirty Dozen.
Wait. Given that the Third War takes place, like, what, 50 years?
It's Imperial stuff. It's fine.
Yeah. Like, the 50 years afterwards, and he's still alive is actually pretty impressive.
But, so, Yark prepares the defenses of Armageddon, and the Imperium is not taking this lying down. They are fully preparing for the defense of Armageddon. Because remember, Armageddon is on a major safe lane of warp travel. So, like, this is kind of like the thing in, like, Star Wars, where, like, they want to keep those hyperlanes open and secure. Because if that's, like, one of the very few safe places you can travel, you want to keep those lanes open as much as possible. So the Imperium sends, how many Space Marine chapters to Armageddon?
A lot.
A bunch, but those primary ones are the Black Templar Salamanders and the Blood Angels. And there's also, like, the Celestial Lions and...
The Flesh Terrors.
Flesh Terrors. Yeah.
The Exorcists, my boys.
I mean, okay, so again, stepping out of the in-universe, the reason why all these things are there is the Third War of Armageddon was run as a worldwide campaign in the real world. You submitted battle reports using approved factions, and it was supposed to be able to swing the narrative of the war based on which side got enough victories, basically.
This was also around the time they were starting the Index of Astartes, if I remember correctly.
Yes, so a lot of the chapters that showed up in the Index of Astartes articles in White Dwarf got featured in the Armageddon campaign.
Yeah, because they wanted to show them off, all the new paint schemes and stuff.
The important part that it will become relevant when it gets into the story of where certain things happen in Armageddon is the way they did it is the various regions around the world. It was like the UK, the US and North America, Europe, I think Japan separately from the rest of Asia and Australia, and I think South Africa was technically part of Europe as like in terms of this. It was where GW had stores basically.
Yeah.
At the time. Remember this is 2000, so it's not like now. I don't think there was a South America one.
I don't think there was either.
But if Imperial forces recorded victories, depending on where you were in the world, it affected different hive cities. So the UK was Hades' hive, because that was the primary one from the Second War for Armageddon. The North American one, specifically the US one, was Hell's Reach.
Hey, chat. You want to know how Gazgul starts the War of Armageddon? Like the Third War?
The fuck up out of Hades.
He essentially drops a rock on top of Hades' hive.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hades' hive gave him such a fucking headache last time, he wasn't repeating that scenario. So he drops a rock on Hades' hive and essentially nukes it. There are no survivors from Hades' hive, but Yarick foresaw this and had evacuated the entirety of the hive. Essentially, Gazgul nuked nothing.
Okay, so I have a number for Space Marines. So forces from over 20 Space Marine chapters were present. It doesn't give exact breakdowns, but it just says 20. So
I remember the entirety of the Salamanders chapter deployed, at least.
Yeah. Salamanders, a lot of the Black Templars, a lot of the Blood Angels, but they left because the bullshit was starting to happen.
Yeah, Leviathan.
Yeah.
And
Tycho actually dies.
Yeah, Tycho actually dies here. So I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom, but talk about like some of your favorite fights from Armageddon. I'll be right back. And don't talk about like the Celestial Lions yet.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, yo, you gotta be patient, motherfucker. We'll talk about
God
the baby
damn
blue and gold boys soon.
So, the thing I will say about the Third War for Armageddon, because I can talk about the actual, because it came out with a book. It came out with the Codex Armageddon, which is really sweet, by the way. And what it did is it gave you alternate army lists for 4 different armies.
Which ones? I'm trying to remember which ones.
It was the Orc Speedwa, Imperial Guard Mechanized Company.
Yes. Yes.
It gave you rules for It gave you rules for salamanders, which basically made them really good with heavy weapons but slower.
Yeah, it was one of the first times we started seeing separate rules for different Space Marine chapters.
Well, because we'd already at that point in 3rd edition, we'd already been getting like the Codex supplements for like Blood Angel for like Dark Angels and and Blood Angels and Space Wolves and whatnot. Space Wolves at the time couldn't teleport, which was an interesting rule.
Yeah, that was really weird.
You should bring that back. I think it was cool. But the it also gave you the Armageddon Orc Hunters, which are an aspect of the Armageddon Imperial Guard that they almost never talk about anymore because the Steel Legion are just way more popular, which are basically Armageddon Catachans.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Just Vietnam. All over again.
But have gone like completely like it's actually way more
no, it's more like Apocalypse Now. Yeah, I was about to say that.
It's like way more Apocalypse Now. It's like way more like they've gone completely insane in the jungle hunting orcs. Like level of
Which, fun fact, I during 3rd edition, that's the army I used. Was the hunters.
Mm-hmm.
And they were really fun to play as. Difficult, but fun.
Yeah, because it was basically an infantry-based guard army in 3rd edition, which was...
I had no support options.
No.
But I also got to bring more infantry because of that, which, was a payoff.
Yeah. And obviously, like, later on, like, the Siege of Heldreach happens and you get Aaron Dembski-Bowden's Heldreach novel, which details a lot of, like, the Grimaldus stuff and the Black Templars and whatnot. And, it's cool. And it's Aaron Dembski-Bowden, like, making a character that didn't really have much backstory before then cooler. Because we knew
trying to give him an actual personality, which
he
failed, but I appreciate the effort.
I like the other stuff that spun out of it that we're not allowed to talk about yet.
But like my problem with the putting aside like all the chuds and all their stuff, just talking about the lore of the Black Templars, they're just boring. Boring.
That's the thing. At this point, they weren't. That was the other one that introduced the Black Templars.
Yeah, at this point, like everyone's like, "Oh, who are these guys? They're really cool."
Because they're the cover stars for 3rd edition. Like they're John Blanche's personal chapter at this point.
Yeah,
pretty much. Like that's like he wanted to do Templar Knights as Space Marines.
Yeah.
So like the whole thing at this point, their only defining things are they're knights. They are on crusade, which means there's way more than just 1,000 of them, and their squads are a mix of scouts and regular battle brothers because they have the squire knight thing going on.
And they love their chaplains.
And they have chaplains and no psychers.
Yep.
Which
that was all we knew about them at the time.
Which weirdly might be down to something like John Blanche didn't own any psyker, didn't own any librarian models.
Probably.
Like that, it could literally be down to something like as simple as that. Like,
or he just didn't like painting them.
Yeah. But apparently that's why they're black. Because it was
just
quick to do an army.
Yeah, just a base coat, paint their shoulder pads. Yeah, Black Templar.
Yep. Like the guy's a really good painter and was John Blanche was using oil paints on miniatures in the 1980s.
Oh God!
Like he was was using oil painting techniques on miniatures. Like a whole bunch of the early heavy metal guys were like, "How are you doing that? That's amazing!"
Yeah.
Like because he's from a fine art background, not
I would never imagine using oil paints on a metal model ever.
It's fine. It's once it's base coat, it's fine. I've done it now. Once it's base coated, it's absolutely fine. But then also the base coats weren't as good then. Those.
We don't have the spray cans that we do nowadays.
Well, they had the spray paint.
Not really.
They have the spray primers.
Oh, my shop didn't have them.
Oh, we did in the UK. This might be a regional thing.
It may be.
It could legitimately be they didn't have the permits or whatever to the
Oh yeah, because at that time there was a certain chemical they were using in the spray paint. I don't remember what it was, but at the time it's no longer banned, but it was banned in America, which prevented them from importing it.
Yeah. It's weird how much of it matches up with what was available at the time, what was because I've said this a few times. Like a lot of like 40K when you look at it, because that's also the thing about. Like I said, you look at the Second War. Second War for Armageddon has a lot of goofy shit in it because it's second edition, and it's still kind of silly. Like, and third edition was like, I think maybe a little bit too hard, like trying to take itself like way too seriously.
They were trying to get into the competitive space at that time. Because remember, at that time there wasn't really a competitive scene, really.
Yeah, I think the
For
competitive
40K?
stuff, I think competitive came around more about late 4th, early 5th edition.
Yeah.
I don't think because like the ITC even at that point, like in the early 2000s, they were basically rewriting codexes to try to make them competitive. Like GW did not give a crap about competitive play because it didn't make money. They didn't see how it made them money, and like like I would argue I think they give too much of a crap about it. Oh, they pretend like it's too important a thing now. Like when I don't think I think they can look at their sales figures and be like, this does not make us the amount of money that we put effort into it for it. But it drives a lot of the conversation online.
Yep.
Around the game. And I think bizarrely it's one of the things I think is like the least healthy thing about 40K at the moment is how that conversation is driven by like the competitive scene rather than what makes this army fun to play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What I miss?
Oh, nothing. We
were talking about bizarrely about pre-Black Templar Codex Black Templars.
Oh,
because this is what this is as well.
Yeah, this is the war that they got introduced in.
Yeah.
Yes. They were the cover stars of third edition, and this is the supplement book that basically explains who they are in their first incarnation, which is just basically that they're crusading knights and they have a slightly different chapter structure. All of the fan wank stuff is later.
Yeah.
Yep. All they were back at this time was just think Dark Angels, but less conspiracy. Yeah, just less conspiracy.
They were a crusading knight order essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're Dark Angels who go outside.
So this leads. So essentially, the Third War for Armageddon takes the same kind of role as Cadia was, because eventually GW realized that doing like these narrative events where like people come in with reports, you can't always get an accurate representation of what's going on, because as people learn with Jason Todd, people are gonna cheat.
I was gonna say, or also just like sometimes the results don't go the way you want them to, and that's a problem.
Yeah, like no one expected Hades Hive to get blown up.
No.
No one expected. And part of that is because, again, and this was a problem that they didn't learn from this. And I can talk about this from being back at the time, and I remember a lot of the conversation around not Armageddon, but it came out of Armageddon, going into Eye of Terror, which was the next big global campaign they did for 40K, which is the Cadia one. Was the problem on the Imperial side is always going to be that the majority of the results are going to be Space Marines.
Yep.
Are going to be from Space Marine players. What are Space Marines in terms of 40K? Space Marines are the army you give to the kids.
What's
There's
the one thing?
There's a lot of dedicated Space Marine players who are adults, or like adults and like better players, but it's also the army that every kid gets as their first army.
Yeah, and what's the one thing you don't want the kids to see? You don't want them to see their heroes, their faction getting fucking steamrolled. That's not good.
Even that. No, it's not that. It's that if you're having them record their results against people playing the other factions, the people playing the other factions are the experienced players who know what they're doing.
Yep.
So you end up with situations where the Imperial side is always at a disadvantage in terms of like how many, like the proportion of people playing that faction to the proportion of people who are actually like invested in the game to have learned how to play it to a high level or to a decent level compared to the percentage of players playing orcs, chaos, any of the other factions involved in your worldwide campaign, and that they're going to have a higher percentage of like more invested, more skillful, for use of for lack of a better word, players. So Imperials are always gonna lose.
Yeah, it's a shit show. But essentially,
it didn't bite them as much in Armageddon because they did, and then Eye of Terror, they kind of like, yeah, Chaos just wins, but we're gonna pause it like just before they win, and then it really bit them in the arse when they got to because it works when the more skillful player majority is the attacking force, if that makes sense.
Yeah, easily.
Because then it's the Imperium being pushed back, and it's a final last stand, and it's all this kind of stuff. You then get to Warhammer Fantasy, and you get to the Storm of Chaos, and the Space Marine equivalent in Warhammer Fantasy is the Chaos Warrior, because it's easy to paint and it's cheap to buy, to get a big massive army of them. Right?
Yep.
So you get to Storm of Chaos, and now Chaos is the invading force. And they had this problem that people were recording results, and during the Storm of Chaos, the Chaos players hardly got across the board in terms of percentage of win results.
Yep.
So they had to basically teleport them to where the final encounter was meant to be.
Oh,
sorry,
boy. It's why you see like such wild stories come out of end times Warhammer Fantasy. But so anyway, Armageddon, much like Cadia, takes a back seat in Warhammer 40k for like years. With the major events that happen after that is a book about the Celestial Alliance, which essentially isn't even about the war for Armageddon. It's about how the Inquisition is such cowardly bitches that a Space Marine chapter lodging a complaint against them is enough for them to start fucking with them. Mm-hmm. A complaint that the administration would most likely just ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Or get lost.
Or get lost in the shuffle. They could have spent less time not giving a shit. But then they actively fuck over a war zone within Armageddon.
Yep.
The Celestial Alliance, basically, in a different campaign, essentially find an Inquisitor doing a thing that is seen as dishonorable. And the Inquisitor rightfully explains, like, hey, we couldn't have won if I didn't do this, but they don't give a shit. So the Celestial Alliance launch an official complaint. The complaint never arrives, and the Celestial Alliance start taking, accidents, quote-unquote.
Unusually high casualties.
Unusually high casualties. And then they're deployed to Armageddon. This is where the orc sniper joke comes in.
Yeah, they start dropping like flies.
Yeah, it comes together, like, it all comes down to basically, like, they essentially, like, this is a part of a book called Hell's Reach, where it's Chaplain Grimaldus and another Black Templar essentially go try to figure out what the fuck is wrong. Like, why the Celestial Alliance, which are a Imperial Fist subchapter, are struggling so much. And they come to find that there's, like, only 50 guys left. Their last apothecary, for some reason, these guys weren't just sitting on this fucking guy. Like, they left him alone beside a Land Raider, and then they come back and find a neat-sized las bolt through his fucking cranium.
Yeah.
And they're just like, yeah, we're gonna, like, do the suicidal charge. At least, like, we'll die with honor, I guess. And Grimaldus is like, what the fuck? Because apparently Grimaldus has to be the only one in the Black Templars that makes any common sense. And essentially the book boils down to, like, Grimaldus playing puppy guard for this squad sergeant that's now chapter master. And yep. Who, by the way, dies later. It doesn't even fucking matter.
it's Arademsky Bowden getting to have pet characters, and actually he writes Emma Debaku in like a really endearing way because it's Arademsky Bowden.
Yeah.
And yeah, yes, he does eventually get killed in a subsequent in Spears of the Emperor. Sorry, spoilers.
Yeah.
For Spears
That
of the Emperor.
I was upset to learn that.
Yeah, well, it's like it's him hitting the same plot point again, and it's important. It makes it is actually useful for the plot of Spears of the Emperor, if that makes sense.
It is very useful to that plot, but essentially, how Armageddon ends is this major loss for the orcs that just continues this fucking stalemate. Because the orcs were essentially using this place that the Celestial Lions attacked as a repair ground for their Stompas. And essentially, with that destruction of that facility, Gazgul just says fuck it and leaves. He got bored.
Which is honestly probably the right choice.
Yeah, it's Gazgul.
I mean, we now know from subsequent books that he had a vision of a black wolf. Apparently,
yeah,
I thought he had to leave.
Yeah, he had a vision from Gork and Mork, and essentially get the Great Wa together. Armageddon was just the beacons are lit, the Wa calls for aid essentially, and he sees the vision of the Black Wolf, Ragnar Blackmane, which leads to the time where Gazgul becomes the big boy we now know today, and Ragnar Blackmane becoming a Primaris Marine.
Yep.
But after the flight of Gazgul, Yarick and the Black Templars chase after him, and Armageddon's just kind of left to a stalemate. It's just kind of left between the Steel Legion and the new famous Orc Hunter regiments that were starting to pop up from civilian groups and Hive Gangers, which, fun fact, back in the 8th edition Codex for the Steel Legion, one of their warlord traits was former Hive Ganger. It was a useless fucking warlord trait, but like, hey, cool. It gave you like +1 strength, +1 attack.
I think TCOM said that back during 3rd edition, their guard army were Armageddon Orc Hunters.
Yep. So
really fun army, very difficult to play because it's basically purely infantry. Like, you don't get any support options.
Essentially, the Armageddon campaign gave us the Steel Legion for the Imperium. It gave us Captain Tycho. It made the Salamanders more prominent within the lore, and it also gave us orc characters like Gazgul, Makari, Mad Doc Snickrot, Mad Doc Rotsnick, and Snickrot, the stealthiest orc around.
He's terrifying if you read I think it's the 5th edition Orc Codex that really goes into him.
Oh yeah.
It talks about him. It talks about him like he randomly likes to go and land on Katachan and just start murdering them in the jungle.
He's a fucked little shit. Genuinely. Yeah. Phoenix loves him. Phoenix has the model. She loves him.
Yeah. Oh, the model's stunning.
Oh yeah. So what happened to Armageddon after this? Because after the events of the Third War, again, it just kind of faded into the background. Well, then Cadia blew up.
Yep.
Cadia blew up, the galaxy is split in half, and of course the fighting is still going on Armageddon. And everyone on Armageddon sees the splitting of the galaxy. They see the Great Rift splitting the galaxy in two.
Yep.
And what comes out of the Great Rift to attack Armageddon? Hey, look! Blood Legions of Khorne! Leading to the Orc Hunters, the Orcs, the Steel Legions of Armageddon, to make temporary alliances on Armageddon to fight off the Khorne invaders. While also, fighting each other. Because in 40k, we can't have reliable alliances. Because fuck you, it's funny. But there were hints through the Imperial Guard Codex that the Red Angel would return to Armageddon. This was all the way back in 8th edition. that like this was being planned. And after that, we didn't hear much about what was going on in Armageddon, because again, it just wasn't important, and GW was focused on other things. Now we're going back. Now we are going back to the old stomping ground of the Boiling Sea, the Tempest Ocean, the Deadlands, the Fire Wastes, Armageddon Prime, so on and so forth. Will the Steel Legion probably get new models? Probably not.
No. No, but you want to know what I think they're absolutely going to do for this?
What?
They're going to repaint Deathcore Krieg.
That'll be a funny turn of events.
It's going to go full circle.
I mean, it would help fix the problem that they had design-wise.
Yeah.
I'm fine with, like, the steel... I'm fine with them, like, reusing guard regiments to, like, do that.
Because, like, the Deathcore, like, they're on Armageddon. Like, they're on Armageddon during the Third War. Like...
Yeah, because some hives were taken over and you need a good siege regiment.
Yeah.
Yep. And, now that Chaos is there, my favorite boys are steaming towards Armageddon. Because they can't wait to fight all those demons.
Yep.
Yeah, the Space Wolves.
The Space Wolves.
No, fuck you, not the Space Wolves.
The Custodians?
The Exorcists.
Ah, yes, the Exorcists. But
the Custodians are shitting their pants about it, but not as much as they're shitting their pants about the Tyranids.
Yeah, it's... So, this is another war front that's opening up within Warhammer 40k. And this is where I want to make the official announcement that I'm going to be starting another series that essentially... I know a lot of people are complaining, like, I can't afford a $60 book to just keep up with the fluff. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do these long-form videos where it's like I show slideshows and everything that takes like 2 hours to get through. I know a lot of people like those videos, but at the same time, a lot of newcomers and a lot of other people that have a general interest in Warhammer but don't want to get too deep into it, they just want to know what's going on, want that kind of information in a digestible format that is generally entertaining. So that's what I'm going to do, is that I'm going to make a need to know Armageddon, need to know Necromant Gauntlet, need to know Pariah Nexus, so on and so forth. It's not going to be like in the same style as Made to Order, but it's going to be generally the same idea. Because, like, guys, aside from that bathroom break, which is like 10 minutes, we spent an hour and 17 minutes talking about Armageddon. That's how long this took. And we didn't even, like, go into, painful detail about what happened.
Yeah.
No.
We gave you the general summary notes.
Yeah.
Like, I remember reading the battle reports of, like, because I was very lucky as a kid. My auntie stopped by, like, this comic book shop's garage sale, essentially. And she found a box full of, like, old White Dwarf magazines with all these different battle reports. There were battle reports for Armageddon for, like, a good couple, like, 50 fucking White Dwarfs.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Battle of Outpost 317 or 417, one of the outpost fights. Which, essentially that fight boils down to, why didn't you bring your Organs on this turn? Oh, fuck, I had Organs. Which was also to show off the new Orc War Boss model at the time.
The old guys.
No.
As in, is that the
It was just the guy with the big choppa. It was the Orc War Boss with big choppa and twin shooter.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. There was another one where it was Crimson Fists versus an Orc Wa in a small town. There was one where it was Salamanders versus Orcs. This was a pretty big, fun event within Warhammer 40k for a long while. It pretty much engulfed all of 3rd and 4th edition. aside from aside from Cadia.
They've basically revealed for Crusade Armageddon, which is the book that's coming out later this year, that it's featuring basically all the armies released in the first half of this year.
Yep.
With the exception of like maybe the Eldar, although the Eldar are probably involved somewhere.
The Eldar are always involved. The Eldar are always involved.
But like it's gonna be, you know, obviously the Guard, and it's the Guard, the Black Templars, the Grey Knights again, the Space Wolves, versus all four Chaos Legions led by Angron.
Which, holy shit, why is Angron commanding them?
Presumably it's because it's just war bands of the others, but like, he's like the big demon Primarch there.
Yeah, who's gonna challenge the guy that can cut you in half in a second?
Yeah. And I'm reading it and I'm just like, okay, so one, this is gonna be like Pariah Nexus, this is gonna be like Nakmun, this is gonna be like Leviathan, the Fourth Tyrannic War. This is something which is gonna go for multiple editions of this game. We'll get a little bit of the story each time. So like, guarantee you this Crusade book builds up to a, you know, the night is darkest just before the dawn type situation.
Yeah.
Or like all hope is lost, kind of, you know.
Essentially, as I'm
I was gonna say the all is lost meme from the all is lost moment meme from Family Guy.
Game over, man. Game over from fucking aliens.
Yeah.
But something else that I would like to point out about like the 4 campaigns going on: Pariah Nexus, Armageddon, soon to be, Nakmun Gauntlet, and Leviathan, is that they all kind of paint a picture of, like, this is where like I'm kind of like reading into it a little bit more, but like Leviathan is the example of 40K going back to its satirical roots, where it's basically pointing and laughing at stupid people. Because, like, they literally made an anti-vaxxers joke, guys. They literally made an anti-vaxxers joke. Where, like, imperial religious fanatics are denying reality even though Tyranids are coming out of the sewers and eating them. Like, even as bugs are eating them, they're denying reality. And yes, like, the creators have confirmed, yes, that is a COVID joke. We are making fun of those people. Because remember, 40K is a very serious game for very serious children.
Also, yes, to cut off people before they start talking about it, yes, they confirmed on the live stream that as far as the Imperium of Man is concerned, all of the Imperium of Man, Yarrick is dead. He had a state funeral and there was a body.
Yes, he's not coming back.
Well, he might, I
hope he doesn't. I'm at this point where I'm like, don't bring him back. Just fuck off with that. Stop bringing characters back.
What if he becomes like a head on top of a robot body similar to Gazgo?
I think that you know what? Then I want a President Nixon
hilarious.
kind of thing. I want a President Nixon kind of thing for Futurama.
Yes.
Yarrick comes back, but he's now a knight.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Or make him a Baneblade. I don't care.
Okay, he's now a Baneblade.
Yeah, he's a Baneblade now. But back to what I was saying is that like Nakmun Gauntlet is supposed to be like the worst of the worst, tearing you down. Essentially, it's like a comment about like it's just a nightmare of shit. It really does feel like the creators are trying to like pull from like the God being on the internet feels like a gauntlet kind of a thing. Because like there are places where you know it's safe to be, but when you have to run the gauntlet of like social media, it's like pulling skin and pulling teeth. It's fucking annoying.
It's also a place where they can give chaos wins.
Yeah, it's also a place where like chaos can win. Can I talk about Noctis Eterna? What's Noctis Eterna again?
It was the thing in the immediate aftermath of the fall of Cadia, where the Astronomicon went out.
Oh shit, you're right.
And a whole bunch, and like astropathic communication wasn't possible. It's mostly been like restored now.
Yeah.
But there's still like blank spots in the whole, and like
This
like,
was
it
covered in
coming-
the this was covered in the Custodes books.
Yeah, and like
Yep.
it coming back up was like how they found out about things like the Pariah Nexus is because they couldn't reestablish contact with them.
Yeah. Yeah, we could
Um,
it's not that big of a thing. It's just kind of like, "Oh my god!" And then it's kind of fixed in the background.
Yeah.
So it's not much
We
to
also
talk
know-
about.
We're also now dealing with the aftermath of the fact that I think it's fairly clear from like a product perspective that the 8th edition lore and a lot of the things that were brought in to the lore in 8th edition were meant to be much more of a hard reset of 40k than they have ended up being.
Yeah.
Like just from a faction perspective, like the Yanari were probably intended to be actually ultimately a combination of the Eldar and the Dark Eldar
I mean,
into one faction.
You could kind of see that with the Yanari now, because
Yeah.
you can take both Eldar and Dark Eldar models in the Yanari army.
Yeah, but from a business perspective, I think the idea was probably to do away with the bits that are hard to produce. Like producing a range the size of the Eldari one is financially, without the massive spike in money that they got because of COVID, basically. Like we probably wouldn't have got like the Eldar updates that we've got. I genuinely believe, looking at the product line, Terminators were meant to go away.
Yeah, they
Silver
were
Scouts.
meant to be replaced by fucking
By Gravis.
yeah, by
Gravis
Gravis.
was meant to be a replacement. It was supposed to be a complete like 1-2 edition, like all of the Firstborn stuff is just gone.
And then they didn't get rid of it.
And then they didn't. Well, they didn't because like someone was like, "No, this is cool. Like these are the iconic. Like these are what probably happened is apparently from people that have worked at GW coming out and saying this after the fact is what happened with Warhammer Total War, which is Creative Assembly came to GW and went, we want to make a Total War game based on Warhammer because we are massive fans of Warhammer Fantasy, the setting. And Games Workshop went, well, actually, we just kind of killed off that setting, but we're working on this new thing, and actually showed them like early development of like Age of Sigmar, and Creative Assembly went, no, that's not going to sell for us because no one cares about it.
Good job, team. Good job, team.
Like, so when you're in when your business model is marketing the iconic aspects of your game, they can't get rid of Terminators, because if you know about 40k, if you stopped playing 40k 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you remember Terminators.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
good job, team.
And like, so I think we're now in the aftermath of a semi-aborted reboot, essentially, where they're trying to get back to the multiple progressing but also sort of static war zones that you can set your games in.
Also, I found the codex for Armageddon in the Warhammer Vault. You guys want to go on a nostalgia trip?
Oh,
is it on there?
yeah.
It doesn't have the stats, sadly, but it has the art.
Oh, shame.
Okay, that's fine.
There's High Marshal Helbrecht.
One second. I need to get the original Helbrecht as well. I need to get the Twitch up. Give me a second.
Yeah. And then you got Herman von Strab over here. General Kurov, Admiral Parole, Commissar Yarek. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this old fucking art, chat. There's cool.
I like this art style.
Oh, it's a nice art style. I like it too.
Yeah.
Archimedes, the orc mad scientist that they don't know if
I
he's real or not.
forgot about Archimedes. Oh my god.
But yeah, War for Armageddon was an experience, essentially.
Does it have the color section with the armies?
No, sadly, it does not.
Only 13 pages.
Only 13 pages. It has up to the Armageddon system.
Okay.
But it's got a colored map here.
Hmm.
Yeah. Isn't that cool, chat?
I mean, it's cool. Like Armageddon is cool. Like it's cool as a setting.
Oh, it is very cool as a setting. I just wish they
this
had
is also
like more
based-
white dwarfs on here.
Yeah.
But
You know, I wouldn't mind doing like an Only War or Dark Heresy in the Armageddon system.
That'd be cool.
That'd be pretty cool.
yeah, it would be. But yeah, so that's essentially the basic history of Armageddon. And essentially, like, the best way to put it is that it was an event that happened within Warhammer 40k, and it was very popular, but then it lost its steam and it just kind of faded into the background. And now we're going back after years of not giving a shit.
And it's interesting that they're essentially rerunning the first war, not the second or third.
Yeah, and
Which is what makes me think that it's going to get to that all is lost moment, and then the thing that is going to turn it around is Gazgul.
which will be hilarious if that's the case.
Because it's like yeah, him being the savior of Armageddon.
Oh, the Imperium is not gonna like that.
No. But also, like, my other insane theory about it is, so at some point they are going to make a model for and bring back Lehman Russ. He's the only, they're gonna do 4 Primarch level characters for the Imperium to counteract the 4 Demon Primarchs that Chaos have. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Currently we have Gilliman, and it'll be the 4 for the ones that have their own codexes. So we've got Gilliman for the Ultramarines, we've got the Lion for the Dark Angels. Dante is essentially at that power level for the Blood Angels. Logically, the last one is Russ, right?
Yeah.
The prophecy about the return of the Russ is that he said he would return at the Wolf Time. The Wolf Time is apparently a Fenrisian word, which also means the end of all things, or the end, the time of ending. What is the battle that takes place at the end of all things?
Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Yeah, honestly, I can see it.
It's like,
I can see it.
The prophecy is he's going to come back when the world's ending. No, that's not what he said. 40k is always take everything absolutely literally.
It's stupid, chat, but it's that. God, is it that
Yeah.
stupid that just makes you think?
It makes I don't know that they're going to do that, but if they are going to do that, that's how you tie that up. Plus, Lehman Russ fighting Angron is like funny, and it also means that basically all of the Primarchs have come back and beat up Angron.
God, fucking Lionel Johnson shows up, fucking pimp slaps fucking Angron, and then fucking God, what was it? Pimp
Gilliman's
slaps
fought him,
Angron.
hasn't he?
No, Gilliman has not fought him. He fought
No?
Scarbrand.
Okay, he fought Scarbrand, and he fought
Scarbrand and Mortarion.
He's fought Mortarion. Yeah, sorry.
He fought Scarbrand and basically yeeted him outside the ship that he was fighting him on, and then he fought Mortarion during the Plague War, and essentially those battles boiled down to a 1 win for Mortarion, 1 win for Gulliman, tie for both of them. So it's a 1-1-1.
And he fought Magnus when he came back.
Yeah, he fought Magnus and Ha yeeted him into the webway.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Magnus has since like not popped up in the fluff. Outside of I think it was, God, what was it?
He moved the Planet of the Sorcerers into real space where Prospero was.
Yeah. And
he basically recreated Prospero with the Planet of the Sorcerers, so he now has like a base like in reality.
Yeah. And it's basically just like that book boils down to like Dark Angels and Grey Knights lose? Question mark?
Mm-hmm.
Which I hate that way of storytelling, but like at the same time, like I get it. Psychic Awakening at the time was kind of like what's going on in the galaxy.
Yeah.
And
I think, again, it's one of those ones I think makes a lot more sense if you look at it as like almost like an aborted attempt at a reboot.
Yeah, it Psychic Awakening felt like an attempted reboot of 40K at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
like, we're blowing up Baal Tan. We're like, it's like all these big massive changes, and it's like, yeah, you're not following through with them though.
Yeah, like you're not following through. No one gives a shit. I remember specifically because the last Pariah Nexus, like the last book was Pariah Nexus, and for my roommate, he was really pissed about it because it's like I don't get why they would have the Necrons be last, because like this book boils down to, and I quote, the Sisters of Battle show up, Jesus does a thing, and Oberon shits himself and has a Cobra Commander moment. Is his words, not mine.
Also, rip Twitch stream, apparently.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's just gone down.
Yeah, Twitch has gone down.
Oh, it's back now.
That's fucking weird.
Oh, yeah, that was weird.
Okay, sorry.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but the Pariah Nexus Crusade book's pretty sweet in terms of lore.
Yeah.
Learn a lot more about the Necrons.
Oh yeah, you learn a lot about Necron politics from Pariah Nexus, and I really appreciate that so much.
They're more than just.
All right, well that's
undead
happening.
Terminators.
Well, that's happening. I'm gonna get Mega Man up.
Okay.
Well, also like I never thought about them as like a really good, interesting foil for Necrons, but throwing the Admech at them is really interesting from like a mentality perspective.
You know what's funny?
Well,
we just talked about Armageddon, and like we had like this really chill music from like lo-fi.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've switched it to this.
Mm.
just little monkey boy having a good time.
Yeah.
Well,
that's basically what the Eldar. That's basically what the Eldar think about the Imperium.
I will always love the joke. It's like, why do like the elves hate the space? Why do the elves hate fucking humanity so much? Because how would you react to a 12-ton truck, like a gorilla wearing essentially a truck of armor, walking into your house with a shotgun? I love that like fucking joke so much.
Yeah. I just love the I love the Pariah Nexus campaign. Going back to it because it's that thing of like, so what happens in this? Well, there's a Necron civil war. We discover that at least here, the Sisters of Battle Faith is apparently working. Again,
which makes no sense in my brain, by the way. I'm sitting here like,
no.
What the fuck?
It's gonna be that like because of the nature of the Pariah Nexus or something, they got like a temporary wah effect or something.
Yeah, I'll laugh if that's the case. If like the Sisters of Battle just turn out to be like orcs. in comparison.
Oh, or specifically, if you cut them off from the warp, they will create their own warp, essentially, or something. But and then, yeah, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Necrons get into a Doomsday Device fight.
Which then allows Vashtor the Archifane and his forces to arrive. Because one guy's like, hey, I opened up this data vault with this really creepy blueprint. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's blow up a star!
Well, it's like the Necrons start deploying all of their, ancient, banned technologies, and the Admech look at it and go, oh, we can deploy Doomsday Devices now. Cool! Get, the 6 that we've got.
Oh, sick! They started deploying the nukes, boys! Get our world killers.
Mm-hmm. No, all I'm picturing now is just a tech priest, just that super puppy energy, and he's like, oh my god, I have something for this, and just runs off and comes back with with an armful, just piles of Doomsday Devices. Well, I've got this one and this one and this one.
Hold on,
Which
it's the
one
joke.
do we want to use?
Hold on, it's Gullyman looking at the Mechanicus and going, what do you got there? A knife! No!
What was the oh god, that's even that's a moment that happens in Brutal Cunning, when the Admech are evacuating the planet. The main one of the tech priests that's she's third in line, and she's in charge of the Skitarii.
Speaking of Necron bullshit, I think I just activated something.
She's in charge of she's the third in line one. She's is the main character that you're seeing from the Admech perspective. She's right, I need to evacuate, but first I need to go get my shit. I've been the stuff that I've been building in secret.
I don't give a shit about any of your shit. I give a shit about my shit.
What's the whole thing of yeah, they're all breaking the rules.
Yeah.
Of course they are. They have absolutely no oversight and are basically gods of their own domains. Of course none of them are following the rules.
The only time they ever held for...
The Mechanicus could give less of a fuck what you think at this point. They just don't care. No. Which is just, infinitely more funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
That, it's the Imperium's hey, their Imperial allies are hey, could you fucking not? And then the Mechanicus goes, sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my generator turning on.
The generator that, if anything goes wrong, it blows up the planet.
Yeah. Also, Call's reasoning about how what he's doing isn't technically invention is bullshit. I love it, but it's bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's complete horse shit. Gullyman knows it.
Yeah.
Call knows it. Call even says in his books that he's lying through his fucking teeth.
Well, he's not lying. He's telling the truth from a certain point of view, but that point of view is bullshit. Because what he says is the Imperium has lost... The Imperium and the Mechanicus have lost so much knowledge and so much technology from the Dark Age of technology that it is inconceivable that anything that he could create could not have been something that they already knew at one point in history. So technically, it's not invention. It's rediscovery. Which is okay, you're technically correct, but also, no. And that's not how this is meant to work within your system. Because you're actually, doing science.
That's not how that works.
Also, I never really got a chance to look at them when they were doing the reveal thing, but the Admech kill team looks sweet, by the way.
They do.
All the different servitors, all the different specialist servitors are sweet.
Genuinely, yeah, they look great.
Also, more Admech with just servitors and stuff. That means I can use I just kind of do want them to just port the entire Mechanicus range from Heresy also over to 40K.
Genuinely, fucking Christ! Like, my God, GW, you want easy money from Mechanicus players? Just port over those models. Genuinely.
No, they want the Mechanicus players to buy them and then just go play Heresy. They want them to buy both.
But then, chat, they have rules in Legends. You can use them in 40k.
Do they?
Yeah. Because remember, Forge World units from back in Horus Heresy First Edition had rules in 40k.
Well, Knight, Call doesn't want to be Fabricator General.
No, he's active. That's the call Minoris. That's basically saying that. And Call's like, what the
That's
fuck?
his brain. That's the AI based on his brain.
Yeah, like when Gulliman says to him, "Why are you asking me to be fucking Fabricator General?" He's actually bewildered by that fact. Like he's like, "I never asked to be that because that's too much of a headache I don't want to deal with." Because Call is not a politician.
That being said, the current Fabricator General thinks Cole wants to be Fabricator General. Because that's revealed in the Vault's Terror.
Yep. And
he's really worried about it because there's a growing divide in the Mechanicum between like the Martian Mechanicum, who are generally loyal to the Fabricator General, and a lot of the other Forge Worlds who are generally more supportive of what Cole wants. So.
Why are you expanding the screen? Oh. That's a big pirate ship.
It's the bonds. Now that he's opened the main gate for us, we don't need to keep him around any longer.
Uh-oh.
Time to blow him and that ship of his to Kingdom Come.
Uh-oh.
Oh, all I heard was he's about to blow him.
I think we're getting our pirates now, Will.
Yeah.
Sky pirates, but pirates nonetheless.
Oh shit. Yay, Sky Crime.
We don't stand a chance out here. We'll have to try and hide in the clouds.
Ah, I see. We have Imperial Guard shooting phase. Got it.
Oh, speaking of Mechanicus, all of their stuff went up for pre-order.
Oh, nice.
After them.
Though, just to say it right now, chat, if you guys make a Mechanicus force based off the bonds from Mega Man Legends, you will have my loyalty forever, because this is funny as shit.
I mean, remember, Skatari can technically look at anything you want. They're not all the ones that look like the models.
Actually, so funny thing is about like the Imperial Guard, there was a regiment from 8th edition that was shown, which was basically just like you take the bodies of Genestealer Cult Neophytes and the head of Skitarii Vanguard, and that's a guard regiment.
So also technically there's a Genestealer cult that's that. It's the Brotherhood of the Cog.
Yeah.
Called? And they're Genestealers on a Forge World. Like it's
which is cool. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't let him get away.
But no, I had a there was a player.
Drop pods?
I think they just said launch some pods, so we might get like Dread Claws. Oh shit!
Oh.
Mega Man, can you take them out?
Can I?
No problem, Roll.
Oh.
Yeah.
Final battle with the Geschalft. Guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, boss, for 10th edition, the only Heresy Mechanicus units that have Legends rules are the Sekitari Hoplites.
No! It's not that hard. It's not that hard to make rules for the other Mechanicus units.
No, they're not. I mean, and I thoroughly encourage people to just create your own house.
This is actually this is funny because I was actually so like there's this guy at my Warhammer. He's a fairly nice dude. Genuinely means well, but like he bitches a lot, and I'm just like, you bitch and complain about like all these things, and I'm telling you that GW's creators and the people that make the rules are actively telling you do what the fuck you want.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, but He
Well, what
butts
if no
me
one-
like everywhere, and I fucking hate it.
Oh, what if no one plays me? Oh, it's not you can't use Legends units. Why are you hosting an RTT in your basement?
Yeah,
Like,
who gives you shit?
If you want to still field firstborn, do it. No one's stopping you.
Yeah, just fucking
you have
do
way
it.
more unit options if you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
genuinely.
do you can do an entire bike mounted White Scars unit using firstborn units with like, and maybe even just a couple of like slight
Mission
like
start.
keyword changes.
The owner of my local shop still uses firstborn for his Space Marine army, mainly because he's like, I've been playing this since 2nd edition. I don't want to update anything right now because that means I have to repaint everything.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh shit, this lockout's actually fucking me.
And he's like, dude, I'm in my 60s. My hands can't do that anymore. Like, I can't.
And like people will be like, oh yeah, but make sure they're on the right size of bases. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. Like one,
it matters in
ton-
tournament play.
yeah, like tons of 40k units aren't on bases at all, and are just like, it's weird quirks of the modeling what they happen to look like. In your casual games, those like couple of millimeters, a couple of inches are not going to make a difference.
Exactly.
They really are.
Like, this is actually, so I got more people keep finding my 3D printing video on YouTube. Holy shit, no one listens to me. I'm saying in a competitive basis, this shit matters. But if you're playing for fun, who fucking cares?
Yeah. Competitive is already a compromise in terms of the modeling, because like technically, if you want to have a perfectly like competitive scene, you don't get to change anything about the model.
Yep.
Like, you have to build it exactly the way it is, using the base that it comes with, and you're not allowed to add anything or take away anything from that model. If you want to make that argument, like every Space Marine army should be exactly the same, maybe painted a different color.
Diesel, they're underneath us.
And having like
Like-
key different units if you're playing a different chapter.
They couldn't have
Yeah, but like, you don't get to like modify the models in any way.
battles.
And people are like, but that would take away so much of the hobby. Is like, exactly.
They want to go
Yeah.
out fighting just like cornered.
With something like this, you're never gonna have true competitiveness.
No,
40k
like,
competitive.
'cause
Okay, Megan.
40k competitive in and of itself is fucking insane. It is not like a balanced game at all. Like it's
No.
why when you play 40k, you see the wildest fucking lists come out. And by the way, just to let you all know, the lists that usually come out on top are the ones that spam shit. Just saying.
that's exactly the same in like Magic the Gathering. It's exactly the same in Pokemon. It's exactly the same in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's exactly the same in like any sort of competitive game that's like that. It's a way to play the game, but it shouldn't be the only way to play the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
And like,
That's it. Keep it up. Don't give them any.
we were mentioning this when you took the break there. Like, I remember back in like 3rd, 4th, I think up until about 5th edition is when GW sort of like tacitly started paying attention to competitive play, but not even really then.
Yeah.
Like, I remember like individual tournament organizers basically rewrote every codex and
Yeah.
every army list for competitive play. They had their own, like, every tournament almost had its own points costs for different units.
Yeah, you had to
Did
pay
not
attention.
act-
Actually, it was.
So what happened is you tended to get into that thing where like the bigger tournaments were basically the ones that kind of set the tone, and like they were like really occasionally that was like really problematic, because like I remember when I think it was 5th edition Eldar came out, was the one that had the Autark on the front cover. I think it was the first time Autarks were a thing. And I remember that book came out.
No, I think the Autarks first came up in a White Dwarf.
Okay, fair. But like this was the first codex with them. It was the 5th edition Eldar Codex. I remember that.
Also, I just kind of want to point out, this that's an anime. Who cares?
We've got to get out of here.
Right.
But like that came out, and I remember there being drama on. This is showing my age. I remember there being drama on the Daka Daka forums.
Oh my god! Is Daka still a thing?
Yeah, Daka Daka's still a thing.
I think it's still a thing. But it was on the Daka Daka forums. Because it was either Daka Daka or Warseer. I can't remember. It was one of the two of them. Because like the guy who ran one of the biggest tournament sets in the UK had basically put out a tournament set of tournament comp rules that basically was like, you are not allowed to use this army.
Oh my god! It still looks like it's straight out of 2005. This brings back so many.
Yeah, actually.
Memories.
So you guys remember when I was making those posts, like researching and everything, like where the custodians, custodians and all that?
Yeah.
I actually used Daka Daka.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Well, like a bunch of the creators used to post on there. Like I know Jervis posted on there a couple of times, and I think I'm fairly sure ADB used to actually be active on there.
Yeah. It was the place to go to get rumors about new codexes and stuff.
But that was the thing. So this one came out, and he basically came out with a thing. It was basically you are not allowed to use this codex at my events that we are running. And I remember a whole bunch of people were like, yeah, this is literally because the army that he plays, this codex has direct counters for. And that was the whether it was that or not, that was the accusation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where you're going in the problem of this is a completely unregulated third party tournament scene, essentially. But then by counter, I don't necessarily think and I said this during the break as well, the more modern approach, which is seems to be nodding to the competitive scene a lot more, but then so much of the online discourse around 40k is driven by people who are talking about it from a competitive or a tournament perspective. I don't think that's as healthy for the game, because it presents tournament as the only way to play.
Daka Daka forums were essentially one of the very first online forums for Warhammer 40k that became popular. This is old. It's old chat room kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was Daka Daka, Warseer, and then Bell of Lost Souls was the one that had the articles.
Yeah.
It was where you went for news articles. This is back around 2010, 2008 to 2010.
I think I just killed Team Rocket.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oops.
They did eject, didn't they? I don't think so. Maybe.
Oh shit.
Maybe we should have taken.
Oh, we actually murdered them.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck,
no.
chat. I murdered a Tsundere. Fuck. Well. And we're back to happy music.
But time to go get your reward from the mayor?
Looks like the main gate has opened at last. I'm certain the answers to all our questions can be found inside. I bet you can't wait to get inside, eh?
Congratulations.
Are you going to go check it out right away? No. It's always a good idea to be cautious when getting into a situation you know nothing about. Make sure you're fully prepared. Ah, yes, when I made Twitter. Well, I made my Twitter account.
Oh no, it's fine. It's called XAI now.
I'm gonna kill myself. Holy shit. Fucking, Twitter's such a shit show right now, chat. They're arguing with their fucking own AI.
Hey, What do you think you're doing?
What?
Whoops.
Oh, it's owned by the AI now.
Get out of here now.
Did I just walk in on roll changing?
That's what it seems
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Next time, knock before opening the door.
Sorry, Roll.
I just... where the fuck is Data? Like, where the fuck's my
Why
little
do-
robot
what-
monkey?
Why do you want to save that knowledge?
I want to recharge. Because I took damage and I used up weapon energy. Sorry, Roll. I didn't mean to come and be a fucking old man from anime. Holy shit. Alright, I already
No,
spent all the money.
you were embarrassed by it. Therefore, you're the young person in the anime.
Ah, yes. I didn't go awooga awooga.
No. You possibly had the comic nosebleed though.
I didn't see him nosebleed. I saw him be like surprised and freaked out. Which, like, good on you, Mega Man. You're not a pervert.
Congratulations.
Again, though, this rocket launcher arm, holy shit, did it prove just fucking useful in that boss fight. Holy hell. But yeah, those forums would have been, like, well beyond, like, I didn't even know about them till, like, early 2010. And, like, even then, like, as I was, like, going through it, my brain was just like, what the fuck am I even looking at? Because, like, it's one of those old forums, right? Like,
Yeah.
I remember, like, roleplay boards that were that old.
Oh my god.
And, like, use that format.
Oh god, I feel so old.
I'm sorry.
I remember when those were new. When they took over from BBS boards.
I, actually... God, I remember BBS board. Oh my god. Because, like, I used RP sites back in the day. And,
Yeah.
yes, I was cringe
them-
fuck off.
Yeah, a lot of them stayed on that, yeah. Yeah.
Just go talk to the mayor. Yep. But,
Yeah, I was on so many of those forums because I was the two things I was into at the time was like Warhammer and wrestling. So like
yeah.
um,
I was with different crowds, so, like... Main gate would open one day. If you weren't able to find out anything about the legendary disaster in the subgates, then maybe you'll find something in the main gate. Just when we'd gotten rid of the pirates, this happens. It's just one thing after another. In the interest of public order, I'd like to ask you to investigate the main gate. Mega Man, good luck. Nothing, just came to see you. Oh my, why Mega Man, I'm happy to see you too. I don't know quite what to say, thank you. Well, you know, just came to fucking tell you I've been protecting your fucking island, so... And no one's paid me!
Also, the pirates are probably dead.
Also, yeah, I probably murdered the pirates by accident. Like, it was self-defense, mind you.
I believe pirates are technically still defined as enemies of mankind, so you're allowed to just kill them.
Yes.
Legally.
I remember there being a sub-quest here where, like, you're supposed to chase down some surf bots. And, like, you can get, like, 20k from them or something. Because, like, they take out a loan. Whatever it was.
That's something I need to check up on. That's something I need to check up on because people were still working on it, and I don't know if they ever finished it.
What was it?
There was a fan game, like a fan version of there was going to be a miniatures game for the Unification War on Terra. Mostly using third-party models and stuff. But they were using Age of Sigmar rules to do it. Which was like, I remember reading it and looking into it, and it's like, this is really clever, because it's basically, it's the Thunder Wars or Stormcast, essentially.
Oh.
which is how you make them superhuman. And then like your regular mercenaries are like reskinned Cities of Sigmar, and there's a bunch of the other factions are like the other factions from AOS just reskinned, basically. And I want to see how far along that got, because it looked like it was pretty cool. Also, it's like one of the few areas like 40k background where I'm like, I would really enjoy playing that, like as a game.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's not massive armies. Oh no, explosives.
Oh yeah, they're pulling a terrorism. What was that noise? It sounded like a bomb going off. Wait, that means that the thing I saw over by the greenhouse must have been... Oh no! Wait, where's the greenhouse? Oh, you mean that greenhouse? Oh, there's a bomb.
Oh, there it is.
You found a bomb. Mega Man, here's the switch. There, now it's disarmed. I got
I really
plastic!
thought that was gonna be... I really thought that was gonna be a, Batman, some days you just can't get rid of a bomb moment.
Maybe what you're looking for is on somebody's roof?
Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Owl!
Hi.
Hello.
How y'all doing?
What the fuck? Where?
Well, I mean, Boss just killed some pirates.
Nice.
Murder.
nice.
Just
It
like
was
straight up murder.
murder.
Just like straight up murder.
Hooray.
Just like straight up
Murder.
murder some. Straight up murder some anime pirates. One of them was Sundere for him.
Damn.
Yeah.
They said
My
2
surprise,
bombs,
not really.
right?
Probably 3. Little 3s.
Well, I saw one blow up, but, there's only 2 people here. There's the old woman and the fucking construction worker.
Is there someone on the other side?
Maybe. Well, we can see.
Is there not a cop?
There was the investigator from earlier, but, like...
Uh,
It's... People on this island are fucking useless.
mm-hmm.
Investigate the perimeter, I guess?
Yeah, skate around on your heelys.
I fucking hate that's what they are.
They still make Heelys.
Yeah.
Not as popular, though, anymore.
I remember when I wanted a pair of those.
Same.
I'm glad I never got one because it was clumsy
had a pair.
as hell. I'm the type of person who rolled their ankle walking. Actually, no, I did it standing up once.
Oh?
Yeah, no, so, basically, so I was in high school. It was my senior year at high school. And I was hanging out with my friends in, one of the classrooms, and I was sitting on the floor. And so the bell had rung that lunch was over and stuff like that. My legs had fallen asleep, but I was still trying to get up. I managed to get up. I heard a noise, felt pain. I had sprained my ankle standing up.
Good job. I've never been, like, clumsy in my life. Oh, yeah, I guess I completed the side quest! Woo! Good job, me. Where do I go?
So, what did you think of the Thousand Suns robots?
Gimme.
Yeah, gimme. Me and Owl are both Thousand Suns players. We're both dust lovers. We bond over our shared love of fucking dust and dust allergies.
It's one of those weird ones where I saw it and I saw a bunch of people like, oh, those look awful, and then I saw a bunch of people who are like actually Thousand Suns players like, I love those.
Yeah, because
It's like
I remember people were complaining about like the paint style of it, because like it was
Mhm,
white
yeah.
and then it had the Thousand Suns main colors.
Yeah.
And then people were like, and then people started like redoing the colors in the Thousand Suns colors,
and it looks so much
and
better.
it looks so much better.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
We're lucky you found them all. Before they went off, you saved the city again. Thanks for helping us. Do I not So I just did this for free? I rebuild your fucking city? And you assholes are just like... I'm actually livid. I saved your city and I don't even get like... I only get like a pat on the back. Oh my god, I'm the equivalent of the guy who sold out Luigi.
What are you talking about, boss? The real reward is, you know, the good feeling inside from helping people.
Nah, that fucking sucks! Fuck, I follow this one artist now. She makes, like, really good comics. Her name is Pizza Cake. Really like her. She's really good. But, she made a comic where it's, like, a little devil... And it's just like, I just had a Zoom meeting with my boss, and he said empathy is now a sin. What? Yeah. So I guess I'm supposed to tempt you to care about others? I'm confused. Me too.
That's the name of the, so I'm going to be running a boarding actions crusade for, our campaign for me and some friends. And it's about, like, going onto, like, a ship and sort of, like, exploring it and discovering stuff, like, Space Hulk style.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And like fighting over it. Yeah, the ship is the Space Hulk is called the Sin of Empathy.
Ha! Good nail on the head, buddy.
It's like that's like such a that is so a 40k ship name. Like that is a designation that the Imperium would 100% give a Space Hulk.
Oh, I have to go back to the Flutter and turn on the TV. And that's how the quest activates. Okay, I was like, there's supposed to be a quest where like I can get 20k easy. Or 100k if I'm a greedy little bastard.
Well, are you?
I usually like to play Paragon. Because, like, it's...
Paragon doesn't mean you can't be greedy.
I mean, fair. But, like, it turns your armor, like, jet black. Because it's supposed... Apparently in this game there's supposed to be a morality system, right? And, it wasn't properly implemented over here. Because, like, the part of, like, being a dickhead was kicking animals. And apparently that got censored over here. But if you donate all the money to Jesus... Oh, kitties. Hello. Can I pet them? I don't want to kick them.
And burp.
And burp. Can I pet the kitty? Purr, purr, purr. Yay! I can touch the kitties.
Oh.
I can pet them. That makes me happy. I gotta watch TV, Grandpa.
What?
Get out of my room and play Minecraft.
Get out of my room, I'm playing Minecraft!
I'm tired, Grandpa. That's too damn bad.
Well, that's too damn bad. I love that, like, jokes from my childhood are now becoming memes today.
Yeah.
That makes me happy, but at the same time, it feels so dated. Like, the SpongeBob jokes...
Hip again.
Yeah, the SpongeBob jokes are making me laugh my ass off, but, like, at the same time, I'm just like, uh-oh.
Oh, I'm old now.
I'm old now. And I don't know what to do. It's so fucked, right?
Oh
See,
my God,
I'm 30 and I still act like I'm 18. Like I don't care.
Who the fuck taught me to grow up? No one.
Exactly. So I'm just gonna stay as like a kid forever. A kid with money.
A kid with money. Like no one taught me how to be my age. No one taught me how to be my fucking age.
Screw being prim and proper and respectable. I like having fun more.
You never seen yourself on TV before. Okay. Whee! Ah! Ah! Police brutality! Another bite the dust. But yeah, I really like those fucking Thousand Sun robots. I desperately need them in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, I'm not gonna be able to get, like, that special edition codex, which really fucking sucks. Because
I feel you.
boss want that real fucking bad.
I want it so bad.
Yeah, you feel my pain.
Yes, I do.
And, like, that Thousand Suns box, oh, I need that box. Like, that is everything I need in it right now. Like, the Battle Force box that's coming out.
Yeah.
Desperately need that in my life.
I'm reaching for grabby hands, but also I'm avoiding the pile of unpainted plastic that I have.
I have to paint up, because you all voted for me to play Thousand Suns.
Yeah.
And now I have to follow through with my Blood Raven Thousand Suns. And
nice.
I got like 3 models done thus far, and I started working on a Terminator, and then I slowed down, and then I stopped because I got really busy.
All that trim.
Are you doing Thousand Suns in Blood Raven Scholars, or are you doing just Blood Ravens but using Thousand Suns rules?
I'm painting them as Blood Ravens. Ooh. Like, I'm using the bone, I'm using like the beige, I'm using the red, I'm using the black, everything.
That'll look pretty cool.
Because I like the reference.
Like Thousand Sun models.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I didn't know whether you could have just been using a Space Marine army painted as Blood Ravens, but using Thousand Suns rules. That would also have been fine. Like.
Yeah, but I did it my way.
No, it's fine.
The fun way. The cool way.
Honestly, I've been pulling more colorful bird references for my Thousand Sun paint job.
Oh.
I need them to be really colorful.
Oh, you don't play 40k, right? Like, you collect the models and then, like, just paint and build them?
I haven't yet, because I still have to assemble my little army.
That's fair. And you're a pretty busy person.
Oh man, I wish I wasn't.
No, I get
you. Hobbies.
I get you. It's.
You're also the way that like the majority of people that buy 40k models apparently interact with 40k. So.
When you finally have time to fucking play Warhammer 40k and do your hobby, you're as beautiful as the day I lost you. That's a How to Train Your Dragon 2 joke, everybody!
Oh man, yeah, I think some of the boxes that I was gifted for my birthday are still wrapped in their plastic, and I'm like, I need to free you all.
I need to free them. Whatever you do, make sure to build one squad with flamethrowers.
Oh,
if you're ever gonna play. I made the mistake of giving all my units fucking bolters.
The flames are gonna be rainbow colored.
Nice. But yeah, I made the fucking mistake.
I was gonna say, I have told you the How to Train Your Dragon 2 story about me and my wife, right?
You have not.
So, you know the song that Stoic and Hiccup's mom, whose name I can't remember,
yeah,
sing in How to Train Your Dragon 2? Yeah, that was the song that played for our first dance at our wedding.
Oh, that's so fucking wholesome. Holy shit. That's so sweet.
And for our first anniversary, I gave my wife a slate tablet with the lyrics to that song inscribed on it.
Oh.
When we were talking about our wedding, Phoenix and I had to make playlists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I genuinely don't know a lot of like romantic or like slow music like that kind of thing, because you know, I'm not that much of a romantic person, as I found out. And so when we were going through our lists, Phoenix was like, "Oh yeah, I have these songs, I have these ones." And then there's just me, it's like, I have Green and Blue from Halo 4. And she's like,
yeah.
"You mean the song that plays when Cortana fucking bites it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You're not playing that at our wedding." And I'm like, "Oh."
Yeah, my wife walked down the aisle because we didn't do the two-person thing. We walked down the aisle together. Because we don't do the. So we walked down the aisle to the end theme from A Princess Bride. Which is a really, really nice song, by the way.
I rewatched Princess Bride recently.
And our walkout theme after we were married was a violin cover of A Crazy Little Thing Called Love.
Aww, that's so cute. That's precious, my guy.
Also, my wedding was in 2020, and it was affected by COVID. So, like, there were 22 people at my wedding because of that. And 2 of them were me and my wife. We were allowed 20 guests, and we were only allowed that because we had already booked our wedding prior to the rules subsequently changing. If our wedding had been a week later, it would literally have only been allowed to be me, my wife, our 2 witnesses for legal purposes, and the registrar.
Aww. Son of a bitch.
Like it was weird, but like the place we eventually had our reception, like our wedding reception after the ceremony, we could not have afforded had it not been 2020. They cut us like the most insane deal to get this like stately house for our reception. They did like the full meal and all that kind of stuff afterwards. They're used to hosting entire weddings by themselves. We were talking to the guy who's like their my mum was talking to the guy who's like their head of events at it. And he's like, "Yeah, genuinely, I think our chef's bored this year. Like, we normally have 300 weddings a year. You are our 4th this year. And we got married in October." Like, and the chef was literally, like, we had the sit-down meeting with them prior to that. And it was like, "Yeah, what do you want me to make? Like, anything you want, it's not a problem." Like, and we're like, wow, okay. Like, maybe that's what, like, people that normally deal with this place that does, like, you know, does, like, you know, big business, like, grouse shoots and, like, multi-$100,000 events and stuff like that is used to. But, like, us as, you know, plebs, just like, "Oh, this is intimidating. I don't want to ask for anything unreasonable." Like, and, like, they never at any point, like, made us think anything we requested was unreasonable. Like, it was insane.
Okay, good to know.
Well,
that sorry, I mean, like, good to know, like, where this fucking place is next time that I need to, like, run here.
Yeah. Well, it's the main gate.
It's the main gate, chat! I guess I've made it into endgame without realizing it.
Is this the endgame?
Apparently, like, this is, like, the endgame area.
Man, be careful.
Oh.
I don't like the looks of this place.
I might be slightly overpowered for, like, this kind of area.
Well, you did just, like, take down an entire airship.
I did. I also need money because, like, I spent a whole fuck ton of it, like, upgrading upgrading an arm with homing missiles.
The best missiles.
The best missiles. The best reasons. But yeah, like, apparently there's also another arm in here that I can get, and it's a drill. So, like, if we get the drill...
It's a spiral, and it goes down a long way, too.
It's a spiral? Oh my god, we really are digging for the heavens! Even though that anime wouldn't come out for another couple of years.
What's in this? Oh, what's the thing?
I know, like, a lot of people have, like, strong opinions about the man, but, like, I genuinely enjoy Jello Apocalypse's videos.
Yeah.
And he recently did, like, the top 100 anime openings list. And, it wasn't like, oh, top 100 anime songs. It was, nah, this is a list of, like, genuinely all these, fucking anime openings that I think are, like, me and my girlfriend genuinely think are good.
Kind of cutting in on Mother's Basement territory there.
Oh, I'm so happy you watch Mother's Basement too. Like, guys, you want a good anime YouTube channel that's not problematic and doesn't make you want to kill yourself? Mother's Basement, really good lad. He's currently on visa in Japan to teach there.
Yep. Nice. Which I hope him the best of luck, because I've only ever heard horror stories from people who go to teach English in Japan.
I've heard I've heard bizarrely it's better if you're not in Tokyo. Like if you're in like any of the provinces, apparently it's quite good. Apparently it's not like they pair you up with more of an expat community, essentially.
Okay.
Who are like used to like taking people in, if that makes sense. Like
yeah, no, I've had two friends do that program, and they were in Tokyo.
Yeah,
and they were like, it was horrible. I wanted to leave.
Yeah, I've heard Tokyo is a nightmare.
Yeah.
So apparently I maxed out the attack on the Buster. Oops.
I also know someone that stayed for a good chunk of time on a US base out there.
Oh.
US military base. And that apparently was also fucking horrible because the people, when you were on base it was fine, but the Japanese people around there do not fucking like the people that come and stay on that base. So, that was not a pleasant experience apparently.
Oh, I can't access this area, period. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, apparently he's having a good time, though, like he and his wife. They're Canadian, too, which is great.
Yeah.
Like, I learned he was Canadian, he's, like, talking about, like, all these things, like Jet X and all that stuff. And I'm sitting here like, oh, you motherfucker. You are giving me the biggest, like, noises in my brain.
A fellow Canadian.
Fuck, I hate these Sniper Joe rejects.
Me and my buddy occasionally get into like really intense discussions about like best like weird aspect of genre, and like the one we keep going back to is like, okay, so like what is the best Bond film by theme song?
Ooh.
Like
Die Another Day. What, you don't like Pierce Brosnan?
No. The film is irrelevant based solely on theme song.
Okay, if we're just going theme song.
Yeah.
That's actually
and not covers of the theme song either, because otherwise it's Live and Let Die. But well, because the Guns N' Roses cover Live and Let Die is amazing.
Oh, I also like Giga as a fucking anime creator on YouTube. He's funny. If anybody knows who the fuck that is.
I would have to go
I don't know who Giga is, I'm afraid.
I would have to go with Skyfall.
Skyfall is good.
Yeah.
I really like A View to a Kill. Like, it's cheesy, but I love it.
License to Kill is pretty good as well.
Yeah, Dalton got some good movies.
Yeah.
I do agree that Boss has good taste in anime tubers.
I found a refractor shard. What the fuck?
Just sad that Daniel Craig isn't Bond anymore because he made a great Bond.
I'm genuinely curious as to what they're gonna do with it, and
Yeah.
like if the rumors are true that the plan is to like reboot it but do it as like a period thing set in like the 60s, that could be cool. Like
That could be really cool.
Yeah.
Who would you want to play Bond?
Someone who is unknown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm personally, chat. I'm kind of sick of like all the named fucking actors that they get for everything. I want people. I want like new talent. I want new breath in Hollywood.
Like look how good Fallout was, and like the two biggest names in that were Goggins and oh, why can't I remember his name? Thingy from Twin Peaks.
Like, do not get me wrong, chat. I'm a big fan of like Robert Downey Jr., Samuel L. Jackson, all of them. But like at the same time, come on.
Oh my god, why do I not remember any of the actors from Twin Peaks?
Googling now.
Dale Cooper?
Yes, he's her dad. It's not that's the character name, but like he's also in the original Dune film.
Yeah.
Oh man, I am so tempted to just go take a trip up where they're filming the second season. I'm like, huh.
So yeah, the guy who played Dale Cooper is Kyle MacLachlan. Yeah,
McLaughlin.
that fucking Scottish that I can't pronounce.
Yeah, it's Kyle MacLachlan and Walter Goggins, like the biggest stars in it, and they're like supporting characters.
And even then, they aren't super well known.
No, like I mean, I'm a massive fan of Justified, so I fucking love Walter Goggins. Also, Justified is such a good show.
It really
the thing with the Nazi paintings is just like the best fucking like Robert Picardo in that episode is just amazing. But yeah, just like you're gonna do new Bond, just like unknowns. Do it as unknowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think like when it comes to Bond, it really has to be a role an actor really grows into.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'll go ahead.
And having someone new to really, not develop themselves into the role, but really develop their own take on the role as well. Because I think with each person gives their own like spin to a role.
Yeah, because 007's not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be a static character. They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be like.
It's a call sign.
It's a call sign. Like you don't call call sign Sprinkles does not have fucking one personality trait.
Well, they've never confirmed it's meant to be a call sign, but
it's a theory.
I would genuinely like the new series to take that as an approach. If they're gonna do a film series, like legitimately, because it's Amazon, I looked at it and I was just like, okay, so you've got the Bond rights. Do it like The Crown. Do a series. It starts off set in like the 1950s, just after the Second World War, with him becoming 007. Second series is set in the 60s. Third series is set in the 70s, like 80s, 90s, like do like 10 years like per season, and you can like chop and change Bonds like throughout that.
You know what? I agree with that, but there's only one person that should stay the same.
Whoever plays Q.
And that is, yes, and that is Q, and that is the only person who should be a well-known actor.
That'd be cool.
Because she's rich and British and a woman, so she must live for
No,
like
you're thinking of M.
eons.
You're thinking of M.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
And like they even play with that. Like they acknowledge in the Bond series, like the film series, they don't acknowledge the thing about Bonds, but they acknowledge the M's changing.
Yep.
Because like not only in like the modern ones with like Daniel Craig, but like the when it was Judi Dench, she has in her office there is a portrait of the actor who played M when Sean Connery was Bond.
Oh.
As like this was her predecessor.
Yeah.
Like, and she talks about her predecessor, like, in that role.
Same thing when they switched over to Daniel Craig, they brought up I'm not the predecessor. I'm a new person.
Mhm.
Like this is a different MI6. I'm running it differently.
Yeah.
Can I just like get fucking yeeted by a dog?
Yeah, and I like the theory about how many Bonds there actually have been in the films. There's evidence that right, so there's evidence that Connery is his own Bond, is like an incarnation of Bond, and then that George Lazenby and Roger Moore are actually playing the same incarnation.
Oh.
And then there's evidence that Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan are also the same incarnation. Like they're the same version, just played by different actors.
Yeah.
Because they refer to continuity within those. Like there is like continuity within those. And then Daniel Craig is also a separate one.
Well, also their tones were very similar.
Mm-hmm. Well, like
where
Timothy Dalton only got the role because Brosnan wasn't available.
Yeah,
legitimately wasn't. That's why it was. Timothy Dalton had previously been considered for Bond, but Timothy Dalton was considered for Bond to replace Connery at one point.
Huh.
Oh shit! Aramis, thank you for the subs, my guys.
Yeah.
He thought he was too young at the time.
Mm.
And so they went with Roger Moore, who was famous at the time for playing the Saint on British television, which was like a sort of Bond-like character.
Guess the community, thank you.
And then when he was going to be leaving, they wanted Pierce Brosnan, but he was doing...
I think he was doing Mamma Mia at the time.
No, he was doing Remington Steele was the TV show. And Remington Steele had actually been cancelled. This is the weird fuckery. Remington Steele had been cancelled. And when it became known that Pierce Brosnan was in the running to play James Bond, the network decided they wanted another season of it. But what they actually wanted was they wanted to be paid by the company that made the Bond films to basically release Brosnan temporarily to do the filming, and the film company went, no, fuck that.
We don't want to pay that.
No, we'll get someone else.
Get in there.
Yeah.
And so then they had to fund another 2 seasons of Remington Steele that they didn't want to fund. Because they'd signed contracts.
Oof. How the fuck do I get in there?
Remington Steele was a weird show as well.
Heard of it, never watched it.
I'm trying. I'll get out the premise because it's bizarre.
And I also know they keep bringing it up in The Boys for some reason.
Mm.
You know, this is like something that I want to talk about is like the difference between The Boys and like Invincible and how they do like let's take superheroes but make it like brutally realistic.
Mm-hmm.
I like Invincible's take 1,000 times more than fucking The Boys.
The Boys.
Especially like when it comes to the comics.
I was gonna say, are we
Oh,
talking television? Are we talking television show or comics? Because the TV show for The Boys is
Very different.
so much better
I
than
am.
the comics.
Oh, like, do not get me wrong. The TV show for The Boys is 1,000,000 times better than the comics because the comic book creator's a fucking asshole.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
He is. He has something weird going on.
Garth Ennis does not. He doesn't. Right. Okay. Apparently, he has gone on record since, and he's actually he's not apologized for The Boys, but he's basically been like, when I wrote that, I was working through a lot of issues around my career, and the fact that I really resented that to work in the comics book industry, I had to work in this genre, which I did not enjoy.
That makes sense.
Well, that makes sense, but yeah.
But at the same time, you still made a product that I paid money for, and it's shit.
Yeah.
Like, guys, unironically, either every person that like, there's like evil, and then there's like cartoonishly evil, and like tons of mean-spirited bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it takes a lot for me to get disgusted by something.
Yeah, you have
Especially
a
after everything
wider
I've
stomach
seen.
for that shit than I do.
And like, I'll watch the Saw movies or what's that new one with the clown, the weird clown?
Not it. It's a
Not
different one.
It.
It's a mime.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
And that one is just a pure gore fest. I'll watch it. I'm like, what's the point of this? I don't care. But then I read the comics and I was truly disgusted by them. Like, they were, what the fuck, dude? What is going on with you?
Like, there's a guy who unironically like shoved a hamster up his ass. They did the South Park joke, but instead of it being like Lemmy Winks, which is a joke, it's played straight, and it's like,
Yeah.
really, dude? The guy was already a piece of shit. You really had to go that far? Plus, there's like a lot of homophobia and transphobia, and it's just...
Yeah.
Or like when their Captain America replacement pisses himself.
Yeah,
And you're just
it's
like, why?
genuinely just like... What the
It's
fuck?
mean-spirited. It's mean-spirited, which is like the part that is just like, this isn't fun ribbing. You're not critiquing actual flaws with the comic book industry. You're critiquing like bullshit edgelord, like, haha, isn't it dumb that this is a thing? It's like, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's something people have made up on the internet. That's like, Aquaman doesn't have sex with fish.
Yeah,
Like,
it's...
Though I do, the boys did do that pretty funnily.
It's like when it's played, like the character
On the in the show. I wanted to say that in the show it's funny. In the comics book, it's not played funnily at all.
No, it's played like completely straight, and it's played like just mean. And stuff. It's like, okay, like, and it's just not actually like a pleasant thing to read. And yeah, Invincible is just vastly better in that regard.
Yeah, it's...
Like, they have the brutality in Invincible, but it serves a purpose.
Yeah. It serves a purpose, and I genuinely prefer the more positive outlook on life in Invincible. Like, do not get me wrong, Invincible is the kind of show where it will just like grab you by the throat and say, yeah, no more baby shit, I'm fucking you up now. And genuinely, like, really good shit. But the main character, Mark, he's not a perfect character. He's a teenager. And essentially, like, how would you react if you found out your dad was basically working for Super Hitler? You probably would be very distraught, upset. And it plays with a lot of these things really straight, with like how civilians react to it, how your friends,
How the government react to it.
yeah, like the main character of Cecil, he's supposed to be a guy you understand, but not necessarily agree with. And to put it bluntly, he's like, what the fuck do you want me to do? Genuinely. Like, your dad already just showed, like, we're fucking hopeless against him. So yeah, of course I'm gonna grab the people and, like, work with people that could easily fucking kill him if need be. Like, what the hell do you expect from me, Mark? While Mark's, like, going with this absolute morally black and white mindset, which is not perfect, but, like, you can also understand where Mark's coming from, because he's trying to be Superman, essentially. But he's Superman in a world where it's just like, nah, that shit ain't gonna fly here, kid. Like, this is the real world. Get with it.
Yeah. Not everything's black and white.
Not everything's black and white. And I appreciate Cecil being brutally real with him in that way.
A series that is worth checking out, if you haven't read it, that is sort of like a... It takes a very different approach to like what if superheroes but different thing, because it's just a bit more hopeful about some things, but still dealing with like a lot of social issues, is Kurt Busiek's Astro City.
Ooh.
Which was a...
That sounds very familiar.
It ran from about 96 to about 2010, and apparently there was a revival in 2013 to 2018 that I haven't read. But it's basically like, it's... a lot of the characters are pastiches of established superhero characters. Like, they have a Superman equivalent who's called the Samaritan. Their Batman character is called the Confessor.
Ooh, I actually like that name. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And like the deal with him is cool as well. Okay, because the story where he gets introduced is told from the perspective of essentially him recruiting his Robin equivalent character.
Yeah.
And it's told from the Robin equivalent character's like point of view of like him learning about this person who he's going to be the sidekick for. And like it gets into like a lot of stuff, and it eventually turns out, because he's being taught how to be a detective, and he's being taught how to like be like smart and to work things out, and like this character does all the Batman shit of like, you're having a conversation with him, and then you turn around and you start having your side of the conversation, you turn back and he's disappeared. All that kind of stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So one of the twists in the story is it turns out he's doing all this, and the character is like, imagine like Batman but without like the bat hood, and he's got like a massive like silver cross on like the center of his because he's done it like a knight essentially. So a knight with like a hood, like a cowl.
Oh no.
Kind of thing.
Okay.
It gets to like he's like trying to work out what to deal with.
What color is it?
I believe it is white, but it's like an actual Catholic cross. It's not like a Crusader one.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It's like a crucifix rather than a cross.
Then who we know? Then you know who both me and Boss are thinking about.
Yeah. But
Azazel
like,
from Batman.
Well, a little bit, yeah. But he's trying to work out like what the character's like deal is, and like how he can do like the things that he can do, and eventually like confronts him with it, and he's like, I figured it out, I know what you are. He's like, well, tell me what I am then. He's like, you're a vampire. And the guy's like, yep.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's like, but you're wearing a giant cross on your chest, and he's like, yes, this is my penance. This is to remind me of what I am.
I like that.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's
I like
that's
that.
my map function? Shit. I'm stupid. Apparently I've had a map function this whole time.
Oh. But also like apparently there's like a really good it's an anthology series that jumps around about like different like stories. And one of them that I really remember, which is a really good story, is about it's about a former supervillain, or a former villain. He's not even really a supervillain. It's a former villain who his deal is he was affected by like a chemical spill, and like his skin has become metal. It's like his skin is like a type of he has like metal skin basically.
Oh, what was it called again? Before you
Astro
go on?
Astro City.
Astro City. Because I'm adding it to my reading list now. Because it sounds really cool.
Yeah, well worth it. He has like metal skin, and he was a villain, like a henchman of like a major supervillain or whatever. Went to jail, serves his sentence, and is now being paroled. Right? Like legitimately wants to reform. Gets out of prison, and like the first thing that happens is like the Samaritan, who's like the Superman equivalent, like flies down in front of him and is like, I know you're gonna commit crime again. I want you to know I'm watching you. And the guy's like, I just want to live my life.
Yeah, I'm done with that. I just want to.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. He's like, well, I don't trust you. You're a villain. All this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, he can't get a job because he has a criminal history. He can't do menial jobs because like he tries to get like a job like working in a restaurant as like a dishwasher. He has metal skin. If like he touches his hands get wet and he touches like plates, they slip out of his hands. He breaks stuff.
I'm seeing this as a commentary between the for the reintroduction of people into society after being in prison.
Like massively so. Yeah. And eventually he ends up he's like talking. It's like the only thing I can do is go back to being a villain. Like, yeah,
it's a boomerang. You come right back around.
Yeah.
Yep. But like that's the only way you're gonna be able to make money.
Yeah, because like the system is like not gonna, and like if I like my debt gets like too high, I can actually go back into jail for that. Like I'll breach my parole and stuff. And eventually he ends up getting involved with like a community group of like they've like taken out like they've like bought a like a housing project. And it's like just a community group of like all former like villains living together and like supporting each other. And like he becomes like their like one of their like security. They're not doing anything villain. Like specifically, they just want to live.
Yeah.
And like work together and stuff. And they're like working to like overcome each other's like disabilities essentially. It's a really good comic. Like it's a really good like.
Yeah. The more you talk about it, the more I'm excited to read this.
I'm just walking through bad guys now. Holy shit. Well, I say bad guys, but really it's just a robot doing its fucking thing in the fucking underground. Is there any holes here that, like, I missed? No? Okay. But yeah, like, I like superhero comics that, like, actually do question that stuff. Where, like, it's not all black and white and that everybody needs to fucking chill out kind of a thing. And, like, DC Comics has done a very good job of, like, pointing out, like, yeah, no, not everything's perfect, and, like, there are just some people that are going to, like, cause as many fucking problems as they want to cause. But then, like, there's those villains who are just like, dude, I only did this because, and I quote, I was broke. And desperate. Like Plastic Man. I literally only worked with Kite Man. I literally only committed a crime because I was desperate.
And who becomes a hero.
Yeah, who becomes a hero.
Part of the Justice League.
Still love that Injustice comic meme where it's like he's pointing at fucking Superman who's sitting on a throne. He's just like, Superman's not a god king. Calm down. He's like, he's sitting on a fucking throne. He's pointing at Superman.
Fucking Damien's there worshiping his feet.
To be fair to Damien is that, like, well, not to be fair to Damien, but to explain his actions a little bit on that one, is that, like, Damien's like, dude, I do not get why we do not kill these pieces of shit who, like, constantly reoffend and are genuinely, like, dangerous members of society.
Given his upbringing, his reasoning makes sense.
Yeah, but then, like, they gave, like, the stupidest way how fucking, how, like, fucking Dick dies. Stupid as shit. Oh, he gets hit in the fucking, temple because Damien throws a baton and dies. Because he cracks his neck on a rock. And I'm just like...
It's the dumbest way for that character to die.
I'm, like, sitting here like, this is fucking stupid.
I think they needed him out of the way.
They did. Well, they made him the Spectre.
Yeah.
You can't just make everyone the Spectre, DC.
Just like you can't make everyone Dr. Fate.
Yeah.
Hi, Young Justice. Didn't see you there.
That's like one of my favorite jokes in... it's one of the crossovers they did with Marvel and DC, where I can't remember who two of the characters are like sitting talking about stuff, and they're looking out over like New York, and they see Ghost Rider like riding off like into the distance, and like one of them's like, "Who's that?" And the Marvel character's like, "Oh, that's the Spirit of Vengeance," and the DC one just goes, "Huh, ours is bigger."
Oh god.
It's like, yeah, it's the same thing.
I want to go to the subgate in Closer Woods. Where did I just go? Oh! Duh! This would have been fucking useful, like, earlier in the game. I'm stupid as shit. I had a map this whole goddamn time, chat. Where the fuck is this blunted drill? No, I have to go back. God damn it. I'm stupid. I'm losing my mind.
Also, yeah, another reason you should read Astro City, almost all the covers from it are done by Alex Ross.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Now that I know what the fuck's going on with the map. I'll roll. Go to the main gate. Chat, this is like where I'm like, my brain's just having an aneurysm because I'm like trying to figure out what to do and where to go. Alright, there's the main gate. Anything around the main gate that I should know? No, okay. So we go back into the main gate. All right, so
Mega Man, be careful. I don't like the looks of this place.
ow, ow, ow! Walked into that one. Okay. But yeah, like, comics are weird.
Yeah.
Apparently, though, the Mega Man comics are really good.
I didn't even know there were Mega Man comics.
Yeah, they made comics for like the original Blue Bomber IDW.
And it
Huh.
goes down a long
No, they were
way,
Archie, my bad.
too.
But they were written by the same guy who's currently doing like Sonic IDW. And it was that kind of thing where it's like, hey, here's the in general like spine and framework of Mega Man. Do what you want. What? Yeah, you have like full creative freedom to do whatever the fuck you want. Just like keep it within this framework. And they actually gave Mega Man a character, and it was really cool. And like they actually gave Wily a character too, and it's like genuinely like, Wily's like, hey, why do I keep getting passed over for shit? And Dr. Light's like, well, you know, your ideas like are a little too radical, and we just gotta like pace ourselves, right? And Wily doesn't like that answer because it's just like, well, fucking dickhead, you're out there on stage being like praised for being the new, like, machine messiah of the world, and here I am in the fucking basement, doing nothing. So, kinda doesn't make sense, does it, asshole? And, like, Dr. Light's like, we'll talk about it, like, after the presentation of, like, the new Robot Masters. Yeah, we'll talk about it after, as he, like, stares menacingly. Do you still want to unlock the subcities? Yes. Unlocking subcity entrances. Oh!
The switch I just pulled should have activated the portals to the living quarters. They should have appeared somewhere on the island. Guess it's time to start looking for them.
Alrighty. Chad, I did a thing. Oh, God! Not again! Strafing battle, let's go. You were a boss fight, and now you're a common enemy? Son of a bitch. Shockwave. Ooh, what's this? Generator part. Okay. Oh, that's the other side of the wall. Okay. Good to know. Oh God, you're back? No! Not again! Leave me alone! Eat a missile. I swear it just gave off the noise like I hit bowling pins.
Maybe he did.
Maybe.
Maybe this was the pilot for the Mega Man bowling game that we all obviously wanted.
What the fuck is this? Where'd this lead me? Oh.
Goes up.
Oops. Alright, well, let's explore down here a little bit more. Because, I'm trying to find a blunted drill bit. Because then that gives me a drill, which I can destroy those walls with. That we've been running into constantly. No! Fuck off! I killed you! You should stay dead! What World Eater's fucking exalted 8-bound bullshit is this?
Also, yeah, the lore of the new World Eater's character is bonkers.
What is it?
By
What,
the
did
way-
they finally get stuff for it?
Oh, the new model they're getting? Yeah, it's basically an 8-bound that has a bloodthirster in it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You're fucking joking.
No, their character,
How?
because he's that hardcore.
Fucking
apparently
Christ!
Like, apparently this get turned into an 8-bound. It involves like them getting like sealed inside like a demon casket essentially, and like eventually they it invites like the demons in, and it either kills them or they get possessed.
Well, I know about that part about like the 8-bounds, that they like let 8 demons into them.
Yeah, this is like instead of the 8 demons, it's the bloodthirster. That makes them the character model.
That's fucked. Like, hardcore is fuck, GW. But, like, at the same time, what? Again, power scaling in 40k is bullshit. And why I tell anyone
Also,
who's
do I get-
trying to stop.
Also, do I get like a bloodthirster if I kill the guy? I mean, is that...
Like, does the bloodthirster get out? How does this work? What's the rules of engagement here? Like, you kill a 170-point model, do I... It would be cool. I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Fucking finally! This is what I've been looking for! Holy shit! I found an auto-fire barrel. Machine gun? Alright, now we leave. Because I got the drill that I wanted, and now we can, like, start drilling walls. Maybe finally my dad will be proud of me. I'm drilling stuff, Dad.
I won't get your hopes up, son.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Sonny. Nah, my dad is proud of me. He's very happy that like
Yeah.
I'm doing this shit. At the same time, though, I'm gonna make jokes. Because, like, still a lot of people are like, is that an actual job that you're doing? And I'm like, yeah. And? Like, my mom actually, last Christmas, I was like, yeah, I'm the disappointment of the family. And my mom's like, no, you're not. What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, well, because, like, I'm the content creator of the family. Like, I make content and everything. Like, isn't that, like, what you guys always joke about? And she's like, no. I talk nothing but praise about you and your job. I'm like, but you don't watch my stuff. And she's like, yeah, because your stuff doesn't interest me, but I'm happy that you're doing it. And I'm like, oh. Like, my mom just, like, stared at me like, what the fuck, kid? I'm on your side. Which is funny as shit. Alright, roll. I found the drill. Make me a drill. Ta-da! The blunted drill was used to make drill arm, special weapon. This is an arm-mounted drill. You can't use it in combat unless you get right next to your opponent. I don't know. Maybe you can think of another good use for it. Oh, I actually... Oh! Oh.
Wow.
Apparently, the bomb parts that I got were, Oops.
For making bombs.
Yeah, no, it's upgrades to my armor. It's upgrades to my arm.
Mm-hmm.
Used to make the buster part, auto battery. This part will increase number of shots you can fire at once to max. With this, you can fire a constant stream of energy. I would like to make sure like this arm can be used a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, infinity. Now I can use the drill forever. Yay! Talk to data. Energy recharge. Thank you. Oh wait, I didn't change the fucking...
Increase the range.
There you go. Yay, now we can start breaking walls! Buster parts. Equip.
Congratulations, you are now a siege dreadnought. Also, bring those back, GW. They were cool.
Yeah! Give me back Leviathan Siege Dreadnoughts.
There's just even, like, Caster Firearm ones. Also, again, you can still just take Leviathan Siege Dreadnoughts. Again, they have legend drills.
Alright, let's go back into the cave. Let's go back in here now. Nice. And now I just got a big fuck-off drill on my arm.
Oh no, it's skating towards me with a drill.
I mean, that's a missed opportunity, combining the drill with this.
Oh yeah. I mean, you could use it on the shield guys. Test it out.
She does not recommend it for combat. That she specifically said as such. Like, do not use it for combat. You gotta get uncomfortably close. Maybe you can find another use for it. And the use is we're gonna drill holes in walls. I also have infinite shots now.
People with the drill. Why can't I hit people with the drill? I want to.
Well, it's not the fact that you can't hit someone with the drill. It's the fact that you probably don't want to.
But I want to.
Stop limiting my options, video games.
Yeah.
How dare you?
How dare you, out of all these options, not give you one single option?
Yes.
Out of all these options, how fucking dare you? I'm gonna start connecting your fucking island here, game. Oop, wrong door. Oopsie daisies. No! Leave me alone! I just wanna break walls! Such a stupidly fun ability. What? Oh. I did it!
Why did it explode?
Oh, you know, reasons. Is there a wall down here? Or am I just being crazy and walking in the wrong direction again? Or I could just check the map that I fucking have and not be stupid. That's also an option. Also, apparently that that other path that led me into that factory area that I was interested in, apparently that's like the next boss fight, and I just need to like not do that yet. Apparently, I should just break all these walls open first, and go back to places that I visited before and break those walls.
Yay! Breaking shit.
So, like, let's see what I can break right now. Not a lot of places to go right now. Just,
How far into the game are we before we discovered that we actually have like a map we can check?
Like a fucking idiot, am I right? Like,
Gamer discovers innovative new feature, the map.
man, this game really needs a map feature. The game has a map feature, but refuses to tell me. Well, that's why you have the instruction manual, right? Yes. The instruction manual. That I clearly have.
There's also the inherent problem of that maps in video games make no sense.
They don't.
Because a map that fills in as you go to places is pointless. The point of a map is to tell you how to get to somewhere.
Well, I mean, in this instance, it's I'm a person that goes underground and digs. So like, I'm just and he's cataloging this in his brain, and he's a robot. So like, it makes sense that his brain would do this.
Well, like the dungeon map, yes, but like in most games where you get handed a map and it's a blank thing that fills out over time, I'm like, this is pointless. Why did you give me a blank piece of paper?
Wow, this is worthless.
Yeah.
From Gravity Falls.
Like at least the early Pokemon games have like the conceit of like you going out and like doing the research and to like research like the Pokedex and stuff like that. Why do the later games not have that? Why do they have the pre-existing Pokedex information? Like,
hi there, I'm the Pokemon professor of this region. This region was not developed yet, and
but it has Pokemon, but it has Pokemon that are not unique to it. Like we know what these animals do.
Yeah. Yes, but this Meowth is different. How? It has a Viking helmet. That's stupid. Yes. What the fuck? How far does this go?
Forever.
Oh, there is a...
It's procedurally generated.
No. No. No! I found weapon plans. I just found blueprints in a wall? Blaster unit.
Where else do you keep? Where else do you keep your blueprints?
Yeah.
Shut up now.
Do you not keep them in underground dungeons filled with traps? Because that's what video games teach me, that people keep safe things.
Yeah.
I don't know, Al, you want to comment on this?
I'm good. I'm a little distracted right now.
With what?
Torturing DJ on his Elden Ring stream.
Oh.
It's crowd control. I have coins.
Oh, you're fucking with him?
Yeah.
Would you? What's the? How are you fucking with him?
My favorite one so far has been the slowdown.
Oh shit. Is he in a boss fight right now, or is he just in the overworld?
He's in the overworld. He just did the boss fight, but I slowed him down during a boss fight.
Oh, that's even worse. That's fucked. Chat, there's like one thing that drives me nuts, and it's like terrible slowdown when like I'm trying to do a thing. Like that's genuinely like, oh my god, that's torture. How could you do that to him? And then Owl says fairly easily as they proceed to like fucking just like torture him more.
It's fine. I'm nice sometimes, like giving him full heal. Sometimes.
Sometimes. But sometimes I like watching him squirm.
Well, torture's fine as long as it's
I do.
consensual.
Torture's fine as long as it's consensual, says Will.
So if he didn't want to be slowed down, he shouldn't have put the crowd control on.
Maybe if you didn't want to get fucked up, maybe you shouldn't have done that. That's a big door. Where's this lead? Where the fuck? Oh god, I'm back at the tower. Oh shit. Oh god, I'm back at the fucking... Oh no, I'm back... Oh god, I'm at the lake. Oh god, I'm at the... Ah, I don't want to be here. No, I'm back at the sky tower. Shit. What the fuck? Was there a wall here that I could break? Chat, I am confused. I'm lost. Ah. I am the scared. Thank God for a map function. Like, this is making my life so much easier because I'm like, okay, where am I in relation to everything? Ah! Ow. Okay, here's the lift. Oh shit! Ah, I brought a drill arm down to a place that doesn't like drills. Ow. Ah! I'm getting fucked up. Help! Help!
Oh god.
You watching him get fucked up too?
No, I really fucked him up. I gave him hyperspeed.
Why? God damn it!
That was just flying all over the map.
Oh, poor fucking Shadow, dude.
And I'm following it up immediately with slow.
Oh no.
Telelens. Ooh, neat.
Oh my god.
Christ, you two are mean. What'd he say? What'd he say? What'd he say?
He is bitching us out right now.
Aw, maybe he doesn't get a right to bitch you out. Come on, Shadow. You're the one that gave them control.
Yeah.
You made the mistake.
I'm about
Made
to
the
join
mistake
it.
of
No.
having friends with me.
Christ, you guys are fucking mean.
He shouldn't have given us this power.
He shouldn't have. He really shouldn't have. Oh, if the flutter isn't here, I just kind of... Oh. Down we go.
Oh. Thankfully, falling is not a problem.
Oh yeah, I'm a robot. Who the fuck cares about my knees? Problem is that now I'm kind of like, I gotta figure out where the fuck to go now. Oh, neat. Hello, tiny child. Bye, tiny child.
Well, I don't want to give him allies.
I don't want allies. I want to throw fucking, the general at him. Spawn in boss. Laugh at him.
Oh, you really are gonna fuck with him, aren't you? What are you saving up for? One of the 500 ones? Owl.
Hmm?
What are
Oh,
you
it's
saving
not
up
you. I
for?
thought you were the
No,
one
I
buying.
was like, that's not me.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, that might be Aramis.
No, it's not Aramis.
Oh.
Oh, it's not? Oh, no.
Insanity's Den? I don't know who that is.
Oh, no.
They just bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They bought 6 crowd control points.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It's me. I summoned Melania. What?! Why?!
I'm not even that cruel.
Oh my god! I'm sitting here just like... This is like the moment where it's like Krillin shoots Vegeta through the chest in fucking Dragon Ball Z. And it's like Gohan's like, why did you do that? Because he was asking for it. He's fine, says Aramis. You know, I don't believe you.
You'll be just fine.
If not, we won't have to deal with it.
Have you considered that we just don't deal with it?
You ever considered that it's not our problem?
We can just ignore the problem.
Shadow screaming in the distance, help! And it's just like, should we help him? And then fucking Will's just like, yeah, but we could also just like, you know, closes the door.
I'm sitting with a cup of tea. Do you hear that?
Do you hear that, my friend? Do you hear that, my good chaps? Yes. And I'm the only one raising a concern.
Like, at this point, really, what's my motivation to help here?
What's my
I'm getting
duty of
way more
care here?
motivation. Well, it seems to me that people are getting far more entertainment by not doing so.
Listen, all I'm saying is that, like, if he gets fucked, dude. It's not my problem.
I just love over here. It's just like I'm just doing some pokes here and there, just to irritate him. And Aramis comes in with the fucking sledgehammer.
Look, I'm not even doing anything. I'm not on his stream. I'm just sitting here positing some ideas. I can't be held responsible for any of it.
Listen, all I'm saying
I
is
have
that
no control. I have no control over what any individual person chooses to do with their individual pokes.
Speaking of, guys, before stream ends, maybe we could get like that $2,000 donation. It's probably not gonna happen.
If I had the money, I would. I'm sorry.
I know.
Oh no, I want you to enjoy suffer.
Well, at this point, like the only miracles you guys got is Wolfen and TCOM, and I highly doubt they're gonna do it.
You can't rely on me for everything.
Exactly.
I was about to say, I don't think you can rely on Sugar Daddy Home and Wolfen to pull every miracle out the ass.
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting them to do shit.
No, we just need to get you up to 5K subs.
15K.
15K subs.
Yeah, that's a harder ask because like a lot of people are just like, that kind of fucking response.
YouTube subs would be easy. That's the worst part about it.
Well, they're not, because remember, TikTok fucked me in the ass, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned you on like another like 4K Discord that I'm on, and like a couple of people that I'm friends with on there were like, oh yeah, I watched like his stuff on TikTok. What happened? And I was like, yeah, he mostly moved. Like, because they never get shown anything about what happened.
Yeah, coins I can redeem.
And like, this is why I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just like, nah, this is clearly TikTok's fault. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to say or do?
Like, I know that at least a couple of them were gonna come and subscribe to the YouTube, but like, it's like,
if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Yeah, it is unfortunately only like a handful of people. That's because it's a very, very small, like, me and my local play group, like Discord. Like, it's not. It's less than 10 people. Like,
yeah. Like, the only way we can get like more people to watch me and see me is if like everybody in the server starts screaming to like all parts of like 40K communities that they know. And even then, like, I'm not covering like 40K 24/7. I'm covering like stuff like this or Halo or soon to be BattleTech when I'm done made to order.
Oh, did you see the Humble Bundle, by the way?
I did not see the Humble Bundle.
I posted it on the Discord. They're doing a RPG and lore Humble Bundle. It's like $20 and it gets you like 30 books.
Ooh. That's fun.
Like source books for like the game and stuff as well.
Nice. Ooh, that's
none of
a
it.
cool
The new
Mac.
BattleTech. Oh, that's a straight up Imperial Knight.
Knight Castellan?
That's a Knight Castellan.
That's pretty big. I wonder what it is.
It has hip guns.
Hey, you can play.
Oh, dude, those are some thick hips.
That mark.
Oh, after this cutscene, can one of you go in and go into the soundboard and find the learn sound in the server? Hi, Tron. Apparently she's alive.
Do you know what
Hey,
I
we
did
didn't
last
murder
to
you.
I thought I was going to die. Huh?
Look at him, he's so happy.
Alive. That's wonderful.
Oh my god! I forgot that I summoned all those. That's even funnier.
What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me.
What the hold up, Tron? Hurry up. There's not going to be any pizza left.
How dare you escape them?
Okay. What was he eating in the original Japanese?
He was probably eating like rice balls or something. He was eating takeout or something.
Yeah.
Not just for that. I'm dropping 3 of them on him.
This robot is my
Clearly eating
masterpiece.
jelly donuts.
You're
Oh my
welcome
God.
to try and stop us. But you won't stand a chance this time.
Have you seen the recipe for doing the jelly donuts that are in the shape of nigiri?
Yeah.
No.
They're like actual like jelly donuts, but they're in the shape of like a rice ball.
Not like the donuts that fucking Brock served, that fucking liar.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
There's
Exactly
nothing
those
better
donuts.
than a jelly-filled donut.
Dang it, Shadow, get back
And
here.
he's clearly holding a rice bowl.
You know, just for that, where's the destroy his HP bar?
Why are you torturing this man? Also, how do you get tokens for that?
So he has
So there's a
a
couple different ways.
redeem.
Also, that's big.
He has,
That is just
he
a
has
Night
channel point
Castellan.
redeems.
Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
Ah! How do I hurt this thing?
I'm lucky I can't just drop.
Oh, it's heading to the city! It's heading to town! Oh, shit! Oh, that shit hurts. Oh, it's heading to the city! It's heading to town!
Give me bounces.
Fuck you! Eat missiles!
I'm definitely not the problem here.
Ow. Oh.
Aramis is picking up your audio
Yeah, I can hear it.
from watching.
My apologies. Give me a second.
Yeah, T-Com, clearly he was just,
There we go.
using these.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
And Shadow's just panicking. Goodbye. Beautiful.
Yeah, T-Com is clearly just using some of those. They're in the broadcasting room chat.
Ah! Woo! This is her greatest creation yet, I believe it. Holy shit. This is what it's like fighting a Night Castellan. Oh my god.
Poor.
As I'm
boss.
using crack missiles. Ow!
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're winning.
This is
She's
impressive.
blowing up houses!
Yeah. Tracks.
I mean, your arm gun is like actually doing way more damage than the missiles.
Unironically.
Yeah, but range is pitiful. Fuck.
I mean, you just gotta get into base-to-base contact with it and use the grenade strike.
But I don't have the grenade arm.
I think I've successfully pissed off Shadow enough.
Ow.
He's threatening to up the cost of everything.
Now, Shadow, you don't get to bitch and whine.
I mean, at that point, it's kind of
Well,
just
that
fine
explains so much. I'm like, what the fuck? He's hitting me rapid fire.
Bombs.
Accurate, yes.
No mercy.
Pirate bombs.
No mercy.
Oh, God. No! I was around the corner. Fuck you. Nope, 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 nope.
The corner went away.
No! That is so fucking unfair! How dare you have tracking, you piece of shit. Woo!
Are you two
Get
enjoying
fucked.
this as much as I am?
Yay!
Yeah.
Ah. Okay, that one was actually a threat.
Say.
He's just standing there.
Standing there.
Okay.
Menacingly.
I must know. What's your name?
Me?
I'm just giving him a free minute to see what he can get up to and
Mega Man Volnut.
try and flee.
Mega Man, is it? You know, I've been in this business a long time, but this is the first time anyone's ever given me this much trouble. Yet, it feels good somehow being beaten by you like this. Almost as though I've met my match.
God damn it.
Diesel.
I can face the facts. I lost, you won. I'm gonna
Oh, no.
try this entire incident.
I said I was taking a break, but T-Com apparently saw that as an opportunity to step in.
Good to say that.
Yo.
My heart feels as clean as the blue sky on a cloudless day. See you around, Mega Man.
See you around, Mega Man. What the shit?
Alright, I'm dropping Crucible Knight in there.
Then, does this mean I'll never see him again?
Drawn. Once he finds the treasure, we'll wait for our chance and take it from him.
What?
You didn't think I was going to just walk away, did you?
Oh, of course not. Now that's the Teasel I
He's
know.
acting like he can't
You
do it.
bet it is. Old Teasel never gives up. I'll get that treasure sooner or later, one way or the other.
Oh. Okay. So I beat them in a boss fight, and they're just like, yeah, fuck you, I guess.
You know what? Now the fun happens.
What,
I mean,
what are you
that
doing
is
now?
None of the post-industrial
Endless
era
drain
can be-
stamina, empty his stamina bar in the middle of a boss fight.
Oh.
I was gonna say,
Specifically the Godskin duo.
now the post-industrial era can be redeveloped into housing. So, I mean, congrats.
No, more industry.
No, they clearly don't need the industry.
Oh, Chico with the backup, ultra slow.
Y'all are donating to his stream while on my stream.
I'm not spending any money, okay?
Wait, how do you get those tokens then? I thought you had to spend money to get those tokens.
So there
No.
are channel point redeems.
Subscription redeem,
Oh.
pre-redeem per stream, and then there is bit redeem if you want to go that far.
Oh.
So if you accumulate those channel points, you can
Oh.
get 10 of them.
No, that's why he capped it. Otherwise, I would have turned them all into control coins at this point.
Oh.
Well, it's still enough to cause some chaos. Especially
Yep.
since this is now a group effort.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna come in and yell at me. You understand that, right?
It's not his fault.
Nah, don't worry, don't
Entirely
worry.
his fault.
I'll step in and be like, no, I was the one who talked about it, and then they came flooding in.
Chat,
After that, not my
chat,
problem.
we're doing the side quest. We finally got it.
The mayor, her job.
You got the side quest?
We got the side quest. We can go beat the shit out of some surf bots. Let's go.
Do it.
Let's go. Also, apparently, like, the context here is that, so, some surf bots, the little yellow Lego guys, are,
Yep.
apparently, as everyone suspects, they've robbed the bank. That's not what happened.
So
They walked out with a loan of 100,000 zenny, so, like, they could fund a new house kind of a thing, right? Because, I just blew up their fucking house.
Yeah.
And, everyone's just assuming guilt immediately. Also, any recent tournament footage or recaps?
You wanna be a
No.
Don't let him finish the Godskin duo.
We weren't doing anything. Help! 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 He's gonna
Of course
get
not.
us.
Don't even let him
We
finish the
better get out
Godskin
of
duo. Now the Crucible Knight is joined in. Oh, he thinks he can.
Oh, they just straight up did a
he thinks he's
U-turn.
getting low.
Okay, that's fucked.
Okay, you know what? Just for that,
We're innocent. We didn't do anything.
because I can mid
This
fight.
is a mistake. A misunderstanding.
Oh, I see. If you try to outsmart it, it like tries to outsmart you.
Oh.
Okay, that's cute.
Shadow's getting salty now.
He doesn't have a right to get salty.
Won't you listen to us?
We asked for this.
You gave people this power.
Like, this is democracy at its work, buddy. But yeah, like, no, I haven't gotten any recent tournament footage because, like, I've been dealing with stuff on my end. There probably won't be another tournament video until I go to the Edmonton Open in, like, June. So, like, that'll be part 3.
Help! He's gonna get us! We better get out of here.
Wait, this is only his second time at the Godskin duo.
Oop.
Shadow, before you release cloud control on yourself, play through the game several times so you know what you're getting yourself into.
Thanks for all your help, Mega Man. I'd like to give you something to show our appreciation. All my money back that I spent on your fucking town?
Well, now they need to
Can I
build an
keep
entire
this chunk
industrial
of
district.
cash?
To be fair, now they need to build like an entire industrial district.
Oh, he did give me 20,000. Neat. Thanks for everything. You'll be the first person to call. I call if something else happens. Okay, cool. Thanks, asshole. But yeah, like, I do plan on, like, doing another big video, and it's gonna be very big, because, again, I'm going to a massive tournament in June. And it's not like one of the locals. It is like the official Warhammer Open that I'm going to. I paid my entry fee and everything.
Feel bad, brother.
And I'll be going with my 1,000 sons, because that's what the Discord voted for.
Not me this time.
What faction did you vote for there?
No, not me this time.
Oh.
They're talking stuff on the air stream. Hopefully you actually have a codex by then.
Hopefully, I want a codex.
I mean, like, hopefully you hopefully it's out and you have enough time to like actually like prep with it.
Yeah, hopefully. It's already full. Okay.
Then again, the best time to test the weaknesses of a list might be at a tournament. So you know.
That's fair.
And if all fails, just take the Paul's
Oh,
Battle
Aramis,
stuff
thank you for the
approach and
thank you for the membership, buddy.
just take an insane meme unit.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Like Space Marines with their teleporting, like Space Marines with teleporting Centurions.
All right. The Shadow basically said he's only getting by doing a dumb thing. His own dumb luck and experience with Soulsborns. I will leave him to your tender loving mercies. I have to pull back because I do not feel quite good after dropping 3 new game plus developments on him mid Godskin duo fight.
So weird further speculation. In that GW have said there is more coming for the Wolves. What else do you think they might get?
A good question, actually.
Blood Angels, they didn't reveal like the Sanguinary Guard, and they didn't reveal the new Captain model.
Yeah.
My theory is they might possibly get new Terminators, or it could just be an
Probably.
upgrade spirit, or it could just be an upgrade spirit, which would kind of suck. But
Thunderwolf Cavalry.
if they aren't, I half suspect they might end up in Legends, like genuinely. It's a very divisive kit. Like,
Oh boy.
Honestly, if they're gonna get, I think they should get like new Thunderwolf Cavalry, like Primaris Thunderwolf Cavalry.
But
Yeah.
that being said, if I am given a choice of like I can give them like 3 extra kits, Thunderwolf Cavalry are not one of those kits I give them. You get Wolfguard Terminators, you get a new Rune Priest, probably in Terminator armor, so it can be Niao as well. Like a dual build. And they get a kit that lets you build Bjorn the Fellhand. I'll take Bjorn. I want Bjorn over Wolves. Sorry. Like,
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, a new Bjorn the Fell-Handed would be a great model.
yeah.
Even though, like,
especially
me
if it's
and
like,
Owl over here are, like, seething at the idea of fucking depressed bear boy getting a fucking new model.
well, even if it's just like it's basically Castroferum Dreadnought, but at like Redemptor scale. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as in like Redemptor, like something that's almost like a halfway house between like a Redemptor and a Castroferum.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. I think that could look cool.
Something's missing. What do you think I should add?
But no, like Thousand Suns should
It
absolutely.
is a little drab. But there's nothing wrong with this cold.
Like, yes, I think Hellbrute should also be a thing, but they should also just have actual dreadnoughts. The dreadnoughts.
Why not Chaos?
Yeah.
GW?
Yeah. They should get the ones that are the demon engines, and they should get the ones which are like tortured Space Marines, like trapped in a dreadnought chassis.
Okay. Iron Warriors had one before Hanzo killed him. Fucking.
The
tore him
Iron
out of his,
Warriors had one!
cast- Well, this was at the time when Hanzo was collecting all the Iron Warriors
Yeah.
to go off on his and the really there was only one Warsmith left who was the Dreadnought, and he needed his forces, and it's like, nope, I'm not giving it to him because fuck you. So Hanzo just killed him and then took all of his forces,
Oh.
because that's how you get what you want.
What? Chat,
Well,
there's some dirty magazines on the rack. It might be fun to
Oh,
look
no.
at them. But there's
Well, I
so
mean,
many people around, you'd get in trouble if someone saw you. Chat, did I just have Mega Man contemplate?
reading porn.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, right? It'll be Japanese commercially available porn where they have put like the giant yellow like boxes over stuff.
Oh. Oh. As I sit here just like not having a good time.
Poor Mega Man.
Be sure to listen to our sample CDs before you leave.
I mean, if you're really wanting Mega Man porn, you can just go online where there's plenty of it.
Yeah.
Turns out ARM attachments are very popular with certain communities.
That wasn't even what I was talking about.
Good job, team.
Wow.
Good job, team. Excuse me, do you have red paint? Cool story. Do you have red paint? Red chalk for drawing. I didn't know you were an artist. We don't have any red chalk, but we got some red lipstick. Would that do? Yes. Really? You mean it? Okay, then here, I'll give you mine. I'm sorry, I've already used it a little. Oh, don't worry about paying me. I'm just glad I could help you, Mega Man. See you later. Sick.
Okay.
Sick.
That was mildly creepy for reasons like
A little weird, but I don't judge.
here, have my used lipstick. I'm making a point of letting you know why it was.
I'm sorry I used it a little bit. Lady, I wouldn't have noticed. I'm 14. I'm just getting it for some artist lady.
You can get back. No, I can't use this. This is oil-based.
I need acrylic.
Just throws the whole easel at me.
I need water paints.
I specifically asked for chalk.
Oh, that's a cute design. There's red lipstick.
What's that? Hey, could I borrow that for a second?
Yes. Genuinely a cute design. I like that design.
That's it. That's perfect.
There you go.
That's exactly what it needed. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better be going.
Stop.
Okay.
Where the fuck
And
did
the
she
painting is
go?
gone. The place where artists go, boss.
She went to a farm upstate.
I've been depressed ever since my checkup. They told me I was overweight and I have to go on a diet.
I mean, it is Japan. They literally will tell you that everywhere.
Yup.
I mean, yeah, no, Japan would tear me a new asshole.
You're
Good. It would not. It would not go well.
Yes.
I wish I could go places too. But just you wait and see. Once my leg gets
As I
better,
quietly
I'm
sit
gonna go
here and
all
decide to open
over.
Force of Will packs
The
because
nurse
why not?
tells me that if I keep working hard with the rehabilitation, my leg will get better in no time.
You're a robot. We could just replace
Why
it.
don't you come over to my room sometime and tell me
I don't believe they
stories
are a
about where
robot,
you've been?
but like they could be a robot.
Boring just staying in
Yeah.
bed by myself.
Don't you want to be a robot girl?
Well, we're carbons. We're not human. She's in room 305. Please use the door over to your right. Oh. Now you finally let me in. Okay, well, I guess I'm doing this for a tiny bit. Oops. Oh, I just get to go into this room. One of my patients is this darling little girl, but she's very ill and has lost the ability to walk. If we just had some more modern equipment here, we could probably cure her, but I just wish there was something I could do for her. Wait, how do I get this
her
modern
legs are just
equipment?
so her legs are just malfunctioning. You talk to Barrel. He may know.
I mean, yeah, probably. This is where Ira keeps all
Another
her offer things. Okay.
Another child I can turn into a weapon of war? Sign me up.
Well, like... Game.
This game does not have the best signposting.
Can I donate money? Please use the door over to your right.
What's it like on other islands? Have you been to many other places? You know, As soon as my leg gets
Kind of the
better,
same, no matter where you
I'm
go.
gonna go someplace
But different.
I wonder what it's like on other islands.
I also want people to say, what's it like there? Oh, it's kind of the same, but different.
Yeah.
That is not helpful.
We don't get many patients.
No, possibly because like someone came in with a problem and you were like, yeah, we can't do anything about this. We don't have enough money.
Yeah, we're fucking broke.
Our equipment's crap.
Yeah, we spent it all on a new venti machine.
Oh, I have to give money to the mayor. Oh, I actually have to give it to the administrator of the fucking city. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes fucking sense.
I mean,
so
he's
that
probably
means
just
that-
gonna go embezzle it again.
I mean, but it's that thing of like, it's like, okay, so like this child being able to walk is literally like, it was a case of like, does the child get to walk or do we rebuild some of the rich people's houses? And they chose to rebuild the houses first.
Fuck the child. She's got wheels.
I mean, so do we.
Yeah, but my wheels are cool and actually have combat capability. Hers are just like, she can't go upstairs.
Yeah, but wheelchairs are heavy, and if they run over your feet, it hurts.
About the hospital's equipment, I've been wanting to upgrade the hospital's equipment with the latest models myself for some time now. But to do that, we need 15,000 zenny. I can pay for that. Why, thank you, Mega Man. Thank you very much. Yeah, be fucking grateful.
This city runs entirely on your own personal altruism.
It's fucked. Ah.
The thing is, you've gotten this money from the people of the city, so the city has the resources, it's just not taxing properly.
Remember, chat, taxes, when used properly and right, are supposed to be a benefit to you and the state. I.e., the state gets roads that you can use. The state has electricity that you can use, all that kind of stuff. We all pay in, we all benefit. That's the idea. That's how you pay for, like, your firefighters and all that shit. I trust firefighters.
Or back in the day, you had fire insurance.
Oh, here's a it's not so fun fact from TCOM. Back in Rome during the Republic, there were fire companies, but what they would do is they would go to your house once it's on fire, and then
Hey, Mega Man!
while your house is still burning,
Holy
negotiate with the
The nurse told me that you
negotiate
might
with the owner
That's my
to
leg.
buy the building and have the owner rent it from them.
Chat,
This is for you.
I
found it when I was out for a walk.
I walked out of this hospital 10 minutes later.
See me again.
10 minutes later, I come back. Chat. And they get all the new technology they
It's a
needed.
miracle!
Just did. And like the insurance company was outside like, no, we can't give it to the child unless we get like $15,000. And it's just like, yeah, some blue kid came by, dropped off like 15% of like 100 grand and went off. Christ, I should not be the Mr. Beast of this fucking island.
But also like in like 19th century, both the UK and in the US, there were private fire brigades in most cities that you paid an insurance premium to. It got problematic, particularly in a couple of instances, I believe in New York, and I think this happened in London as well, where to have like additional cover, like businesses would pay into multiple insurance schemes. But it becomes a problem when your building goes on fire and then multiple fire brigades turn up and start fighting with one another as to who gets to put out the fire, like actual like brawls.
Well, in America, they were still public, but the way it was run is that they were paid per fire.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna get that same situation of like they show up and like, no, this is our fire. No, this is our fire. No, we need to get paid. And yeah.
For clarity, paid per fire they put out.
Yeah. Not that they show up and help with.
Arson must have been a fucking problem.
Actually, fun fact for you: most arsonists are firefighters.
I mean, I believe that.
I do not like that fact.
It's because of the hero complex. They start the fire so that they can be the ones to come and put it out.
Well, anyway, I'm exhausted.
Hey, you've been streaming for what, like 6 hours?
4 hours now. And tomorrow we're going to be streaming for another 4 because guess what, chat? Guess what? It's Embarrass Boss Day. Woo!
Yeah!
Which means that we get to go over all my old fucking creations. From the Iron Guardians to the Sons of Discord. To the Reborn, the Astro Claws Reborn. Oh boy, I am going to cringe. But yeah, for the rest of you that are still here, please don't forget to donate if you haven't already. I don't think we're meeting the goal. I don't think we're meeting the goal for fucking money-wise for Fire Warrior. So you guys are gonna have to probably get like 15k subs over to YouTube somehow. Because I'm doing my best, but like, hey, YouTube don't like me that much. So, yay. But until next time, chat, I will talk to you all tomorrow at 1 p.m. MST. Hopefully, TCOM, Owl Arts, and Will and Brother Cambrius can join me for that shit show. So
I wouldn't miss it for the
And
fucking
miss
world.
out on the cringe?
Like,
yeah.
Chat, you are gonna... I had to go deep diving and digging for this shit. So, like, I hope it's worth it! Good night, everybody!